hours sleep per year. Sorry for the confusion!
Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Josh Wallen.
Oh, well.
Ah, yeah! And I'm not doing a bit this time. How about that? The bit is that I'm not doing a bit.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it, quite honestly. But, you know, I'm always patient through your bits, your long, rambling shticks at the beginning of conversations that I don't understand half the time. And the reason I withstand them is because if Donkey Kong Universe fans can't be accused of anything, it's being impatient. We are perhaps one of the most patient fandoms around. I mean, with some exceptions, of course, but by and large, we know how to hold our breath because for the amount
we've had to.
Yes, for the amount of cultural cachet that Donkey Kong Country has, and has even more so today than just a few years ago. Even Banjo-Kazooie, I would say, carries some still. And maybe because of that, by proxy, Conker also still has somewhat of a name for itself, albeit far less than those two. But
oh, dude, those kids who grew up with young Conker are going to be here any minute now.
yeah, that's the truth. I don't think any kids could play that, considering the HoloLens cost how much?
An amount so prohibitively ridiculous that, like, the prospect of ever owning one was immediately disqualified from my mind.
I feel like the only people who have played Microsoft HoloLens are devs themselves. I don't think it's actually ever been in the hands of the consumer.
And that's been where VR has been for the past 12 years or so.
Right.
Unfortunately.
And then, yeah, it's not like the situation is improving for the middle class anytime soon. But despite the amount of heft that the Donkey Kong universe carries, we've had to wait arguably longer for any new standalone entries in any of our series, given the size and importance of it, than any other video game series of a similar size or standing. And that's not meant to diminish or belittle the other video game franchises out there that are struggling here in the drought lands, that are just parched, waiting for that rainfall of new games. But you have those niche series with devoted fandoms, like your Earthbounds, your F-Zeros. Maybe, not now, but in previous points in history, you could consider Metroid as one of those. Maybe. That's controversial.
Well, yeah, the funny thing about Metroid is that, like, seemingly only either it or Donkey Kong can be okay at any given time.
Right. I mean, to be fair, Donkey Kong is doing pretty well, considering there hasn't been a new standalone game in 10 years. It's doing remarkably well for various reasons.
Well, that's true, but you do have to remember, like, cast your mind back to how hard it was to wait between 1983's release of Donkey Kong 3 and 1994's release of Donkey Kong Country. Like, it's taken longer before.
Shit, dude, there is 1985's Donkey Kong Jr. Math in between those, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I mean, see, I sort of consider that to be a spin-off, but, like, I guess it is a matter of taste.
If you're an arcade purist, that is a mainline Donkey Kong game, buddy.
It introduced Swanky Kong to the world.
Yes, Pink Donkey Kong Jr. is Swanky Kong. Change my mind. You can do it if you play it on NSO and come up with a good case, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, that's the big news for Donkey Kong fans of this week, is that Donkey Kong Jr. Math has finally arrived on NSO.
Josh, obviously you haven't been checking the news this week.
Oh, really? I have been a little predisposed. What's going on?
Yeah, I understand not wanting to read the news this week. Because by and large, it's been a very dispiriting week for news. But no, the big Donkey Kong news this week is obviously that McDonald's of Japan will have a Donkey Kong minecart toy in their Happy sets, the equivalent of Happy Meals over there. Next Friday, you can get Donkey Kong in a minecart at McDonald's.
Well, I mean, are we going to book our trip to Japan now, or do you want to do it after the show?
Dude, I'm a vegan. They have nothing for me to eat there. I'm sorry. I can't make it. They're going to have to meet me halfway.
Just order the Happy set and then throw away the food.
No, because then I'm still buying the beef. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like, I see.
That cow is still dying at the altar of my dollar or my yen.
I gotcha.
So, yeah. So, anyway, yeah, Donkey Kong Jr. math on NSO. We're not going to be talking about it here on the conversation. I think the tapestry of the DKU, which at its core still remains Donkey Kong, Banjo-Kazooie, and Conker. I think that's still the heart, the nucleus, the center, nougaty center of the DKU. Obviously, there's other things that are more in discussion at the moment, perhaps, than like Conker, but I think those three will always kind of be the absolute center, thanks to Diddy Kong Racing. And you know, the DKU is, I think, larger than a lot of these niche series that also haven't gotten a new game in forever. And with the scope of history that it's had, and just the overall impact it's had with sales and influence, it really is kind of ridiculous that we've had to wait so long for a new Donkey Kong game. And that's more just down to rotten luck and circumstance, but it can still be dispiriting. It can still be very, very hard to be a fan of this kind of thing.
Well, I'd say, like, not even just a new Donkey Kong game, but like you said, you laid out the way you described it was like the centered. I guess I think of it more as like a foundation of what the DKU is, and I agree that's as put forth in Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong, Banjo, Conker. But like we haven't had a new entry in any of those series in over a decade.
Yes. And I think like when you let the weight of that crush you, like sit on your chest a little bit, it is hard. I mean, I've had these moments here on the conversation. You know, I am the glass half full eternal optimist, kind of keeping the torch alive as best I can. And even on occasion, I feel just a little washed out, a little bit like I feel like the industry has passed us by. And it's weird because, like I said, this stuff has a level of importance. It has still some cultural heft behind it. And yet I feel like it's sometimes hard, very hard to be a fan of. We define it as the DKU. You might want to define it as 90s rare, you know, however you want to parse it. It really is difficult. I had this crisis moment when Sea of Thieves announced their big crossover with Monkey Island. And I'm like, okay, so you can celebrate LucasArts, but you can't celebrate your own shit, Rare. You know, it's
yeah,
it is kind of banging my head against the wall sometimes. And then I take a step back and I see, well, Donkey Kong, it's doing all right. Obviously the lack of a new game in so long has been due to just bad luck and really still toiling with the aftermath of the buyout. But we've had various points where we have been left wanting for a new game. And I've kind of always wanted to do this episode with you, Josh. This is an episode I have been bouncing around in my head for a while now about how I personally have made it through these game droughts, these new DKU game droughts. And I say DKU, but primarily speaking, it's been Donkey Kong. That's not to say I don't desperately want a new Banjo-Kazooie. I would be very, very giddy with a new Conker. It's just that I think Donkey Kong is where this all started for me. Donkey Kong Country specifically. And it feels like in the past, whenever we've been lacking something with Donkey Kong, or at least something really engaging with Donkey Kong, there's always been something big happening with Rare. And so it's never really been a case of I'm so desperately waiting for that new Banjo-Kazooie game because then I usually have something cool going on with Donkey Kong, you know what I'm saying? But I wanted to get into how I've historically dealt with this, how I've dealt with these droughts, and how I've sought an oasis of the mind, if you will, to sustain me as a tried and true fan. A fan of these games who absolutely refuses to waver from said fandom, mind you. For me, there's just absolutely, without a question in my mind, that I can't turn away from the DKU. This is my true fandom love. And it's not like I can just leave it behind, leave it in the past. Well, that was a good 30 years. That was a good run. I'm gonna go do something else now. Maybe get into Sherlock Holmes. I don't know. What do people do?
It's I know what you mean with some of the things that I've loved and some of the things that I've been into, including the DKU. And it's that sort of felt viable that sort of feels viable when you're 17 and you're okay, well, now it's time to leave behind childish things. The series has clearly outgrown me. But then you rediscover your love for it, and then a few more decades pass, and now it's been you've been doing this for well over half your life.
Oh, God. So I have tried to leave the DKU behind. I was okay, well, that DK Vine, it was fun, but it's time to, go out, get a real job, and find adult interest. And, of course, then you're just left with this big gaping hole that you can't really define at first. And you're just what am I missing? What am I lacking? And you try to find other things that had that level of magnitude, what this meant to you, how much joy it brought you. And eventually you're just God, I'm an idiot. I'm going back. I'm coming home. And... and I'm at the point in my life where I'm this is it for me. Obviously, I have other interests. I have other hobbies. But when it comes to video games, nothing will ever fill in my heart what the DKU is. There's no having it. And I've had other people say why don't you play XYZ? You're ridiculous. You don't play this. You don't play any other games. And I'm I have other interests other than video games. When I'm playing video games, I guess I've already found the video game that really, the video games, plural, but the series that really do it for me. That really just tick all the boxes in my head. And I don't know. If I'm not playing those, I very rarely want to be playing video games. And when I do turn to video games, Josh, it's got to be something that has a similar enough hit to Donkey Kong Country or the DKU. Not to actually replace it in my heart. It's like masturbation, right?
Of course.
It's it's not as good as actual intimacy. But in a pinch, so to speak, it'll get you through to the next day. It's like eating junk food over a well-prepared meal.
So can you give me an example of a game that you would describe as being like masturbation in this scenario?
Well, we're going to be going over some options for the DKU fan left wanting in this episode. Because I said, I've been kicking around this episode for a while now, and I definitely wanted to do it. It's been on my to-do list, as you might know, for over a year now. The irony being that I haven't gotten around to this episode because there's just too much to talk about on the Kongversation to get around to the episode about how to deal with DKU game droughts. And we've kind of been in a DKU game drought. I mean, obviously we've had new games in the way of like cameo games. I know this doesn't interest everyone, but Sea of Thieves has been continually updated since 2018. But really, it was 2019 that we had the last like major happenings in the DKU as far as a new game, which was Ukulele and Impossible Lair, a seismic, earth-shattering event, Banjo-Kazooie and Smash. Mm-hmm. And then we hit the pandemic, and then we just hit this fallow period where we would get stuff happening, and sometimes stuff that felt pretty big, like Diddy Kong and Funky Kong and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But it was just not really the same kind of major reliable releases that we have had.
If we can co-opt a term from the Doctor Who fandom, it's been like the wilderness years. The wilderness years.
And you know, Doctor Who, of course, famously had this when the show was canceled in the late 80s. The entirety of the 1990s into the early aughts, the franchise was sustained through expanded universe, like novels, the Big Finish audios. You had like these made-for-TV movies, which were official but unofficial. I guess that would be on the platonic level, where it was like these movies about Doctor Who characters that they could make, but the BBC couldn't shut down. It's really weird stuff. And Star Wars kind of went through a similar period once the original trilogy ended. Like, they had the Ewok TV movies, they had the cartoons, and then nothing for the rest of the 80s. And then, like, slowly you had, I think it was the role-playing game, and then you would have like the rebirth of the expanded universe with like new novels and comic books, and then that would
like Shadows of the Empire I remember as an N64 launch game, but that was like the name of a whole like subsect of Star Wars at that time, wasn't it?
Shadows of the Empire was kind of the culmination of the expanded universe at that time. It was like building and building, and it was bringing in new fans to Star Wars. And then they did this big movie without a movie, which is kind of the pitch, was what happened between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, Shadows of the Empire. And they had the novel, they had the video game, they had comics, they had toys, trading cards, but no movie. And that kind of got Lucasfilm's marketing up to scratch to prepare for the special editions, which prepared them for the prequels. And then Star Wars was back. But yeah, Star Wars.
And better than ever.
Well, I think...
Depends on who you ask.
I think from that point on, it was every prior generation is disappointed with the current generation Star Wars, which as a Sonic fan, you might know something about.
A little bit.
Sorry, I had to. But no, yeah, it's wild to think at a time when Star Wars fans felt like their franchise was dead. Can you imagine a world without new Star Wars?
You know, I sort of came up in that in-between period. So like when Phantom Menace was coming out, I was kind of like, wait, this is this big of a deal? Why?
For me, like, what got me into Star Wars was the special editions and Shadows of the Empire. Having that kind of in the zeitgeist at the same time, because it was, like, I never had an in for Star Wars before that. So getting to see them in the theater with these updated special effects, it was kind of a way for me to wrap my head around them, rather than being these old movies that some, like, friends had on VHS from their older siblings, you know?
Right.
And then I was like, oh yeah, this is awesome. And now there's an N64 game that tells what happened between these two movies. Oh, this is like secret lore that like older Star Wars fans don't know about, and I'm privy to it. And so I kind of felt like I had an in, like this was my Star Wars, you know?
And then Disney came in and killed the entire concept of the expanded universe as it had existed.
Now Shadows of the Empire isn't canon anymore, and I'm just like, but that was my Star Wars. It's fine. Andor's pretty cool. So anyway, like this episode is really going to be looking back at how I've dealt with this in the past and how I deal with it today, how I keep going. And we're also going to get into, because I know people will be wondering, are you going to get into all these games we've been recommending to you, Hyle? You know, all of these games that are like Donkey Kong Country games or like Rare games. Are you finally going to discuss those? Well, we will. We'll bring them up. And maybe we'll do a future episode on one or two or whatever. But this will be where we finally discuss them a little bit. So all of that ahead. It's a group therapy session on the Kongversation. So we're going to be listening to some calls and some of our own listeners. I guess hopefully tips on how they deal with this. We're going to be hearing from our chat. We're going to be bouncing ideas off each other, Josh. It's going to be a good time. We're going to heal. There's going to be some healing involved.
I mean, healing does sometimes involve crying, too, though. Don't forget.
I've cried on this podcast.
That's just part of the process.
No, yeah. Crying is fine. Crying is healthy. We shouldn't stigmatize it. It's horrible how previous generations dealt with this kind of thing. And I mean, like Doctor Who and Star Wars fandom.
Of course, that's what you mean.
So before we get started, and you speak to me, Josh, go ahead and breathe in the air for a moment, because I'd like to take the time to say that our new DK Side of the Moon shirt is available at our merchandise store. Based on Jeff's brain damage, it'll separate us and them by letting you wear a banana medal, refracting light into any color you like, or rather the 5 primary banana colors from off of Donkey Kong 64. If you've got the money, it's definitely a shirt you'll want to own before you head to the great gig in the sky. Get on the run to our merchandise store on TeePublic at teepublic.com/user/DK-Vine, or eclipse that URL with the simpler dkvine.com/merchandise.
See, this is an example of when I have to have patience while the bit that I don't understand is going.
It's Pink Floyd, Josh. It's the Dark Side of the Moon. We have a new shirt that's a parody of the album cover from the classic album Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, no, the shirt is legitimately a super, super cool design. Well done, Jeff, and well done bringing it to life, Hyle.
Yes, thank you. I was going to say, it was a good idea from Jeff. I had to make it. So, thank you. No, people seem to like this one. I think it's the best shirt we've ever done. I've already ordered myself one. So, I'm going to be, not just the owner, but I'm also a client. So, that's what was that? The Hair Club for Men? What was that? I'm
I believe
old.
so, yeah.
I'm not like using Hair Club for Men because I've got, I don't think I'll be worrying about balding. I think my hairline's intact, but, I'm just old enough that I remember those ads from late night cable television. Josh?
Right. I remember them on Nitro. They were on WCW Nitro back in the day.
Yeah, because WCW couldn't get big dollar advertisers, which was part of the reason.
Oh, no.
Part of the reason Time Warner scuttled it.
It's another Castrol GTX ad. Oh, boy.
Dialed down the center with 1-800-COLLECT. Or was that 1-800-COLLECT, or was that the other one?
Well, there were those collect calling, like, dial 10-10-321.
Yes. Yeah, I couldn't remember that one.
Those were huge, and I didn't understand why, and I didn't know anybody who ever used a collect telephone.
Well, it's funny because shortly after that, like, mobile phones just took off and we didn't have to worry about calling collect anymore.
That was probably why. My mom was a very early adopter of cell phones.
And then, of course, our generation would just get on Discord then and not, like, I say our generation, but, you know, like, I'm younger than I biologically am. Like, I know I present myself as curmudgeon at times, but I'm also stunted. I've had some Arrested Development, so it's fine. Josh, what's happening on the Geek Critique these days?
Oh, not a whole lot.
Cool. It's a good plug.
No. I basically what's happened over the past month is that I wrote a script, and then I wrote like a prompt for a script to prompt myself, and then I wrote a whole bunch of stuff around that, and then I played a different game, and then I wrote a whole bunch of stuff about that game, and then I went back to my original script, and I was like, actually I have way too much to say about this other thing to be able to do this right now. So that's where I'm at. But I've been streaming a lot. I've been, we just recently brought back the TGC stream team, although it is now called TGC Patreon Picks, where you can go to my Patreon and make me and my wife play pretty much within reason any game of your choosing on stream. So that's been fun. Other than that, just keep it on.
Yeah. I feel you about the script process because I am like working on a new DKU lore tour. I was hoping to have the script done last week, and then my grandfather died, and then
oh yeah, my condolences.
I wasn't fishing for condolences, but thank you. But then I was like, okay, well, I'll dust myself off this week. I was still exhausted from all of the stuff that surrounds the funeral, both physically and emotionally.
Sure.
And then the news was so dispiriting this week that I just couldn't, God, sometimes that's what happens to me. This week, I was sort of able to be like, okay, instead of thinking about this shit, I'm just gonna throw myself into work instead. Like, sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. If it wasn't like the 1, 2, 3, 4 punch of like dealing with the death in the family and then immediately going into very, very frightening global political news, I was just unable to really like pick myself up off the floor. And it was only today that I'm starting to feel a little bit more like my old self. And I'm like, all right, well, the creative juices are overflowing and I really, really want to get back to work. So yeah,
that's always a good feeling.
Yeah. And it's bad because I want to do so much and I have like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 ideas for videos at any given time. And I'm getting excited by all of them. And I'm like, oh, I could do this with this video and I could do that with that video and I could do that with that video. But I can only work on one at a time. And I really just want to clone myself, but not clone myself because I want the satisfaction of doing the work. So I want to like astral project myself into my 12 clone bodies. Or 11 clone bodies, because my original body is still intact. And then I would, like, be able to do everything. That's why I don't want to
So your goal is not to build, like, an AI Hyle?
No, absolutely not. I want to do the work. I just want to have the time, stamina, and, I guess, manpower to do it. And, it's hard. It's hard when you have to eat and sleep. And that's why I hate food.
No, I sleep, like, I think I think I said this in the DK Vine Inner Circle a few weeks ago. I said that what pooping is to you, sleep is to me. Like, I resent that I have to do it.
Yeah, and I don't mind sleeping because I enjoy dreaming when I'm not being chased by murder clowns. But
sure,
for me, it's eating and pooping because one leads to the other, and I think it's just a huge waste of time. I was like, I have to shovel this crap in my mouth. And I could be making just spectacular Donkey Kong Universe content instead. It's horrible. It's horrible, Josh. No, thank you.
That's why we need to build the AI versions of ourselves, because they wouldn't have to, like... if we could just transfer our consciousness somehow, like, they wouldn't need to engage in these biological functions anymore.
Yeah, but I don't know. You say AI, and I'm just imagining how would it be able to render the prosthetic golfing fingers accurately?
That's true.
Would not.
That's true. That's like maybe in another couple of decades.
I just want to have limitless energy and time. If I could freeze time and work 80 hours a day, that's the dream. That's the dream right there.
That's the dream.
And also, like, I wouldn't age while time is frozen. Like, I feel like I have enough to give over 10 or 20 lifetimes. And sure, maybe I'll reincarnate, but then I would have to, develop the motor skills necessary to video edit. And it's just this whole thing. And I'd lose so much time. How many DKU games would come out from the time I'm a baby again to the time where, like, I can actually take over the reins of DK Vine again? And who's going to run it in that time?
Well, I mean, at current standards, maybe like 2. 2 or 3.
Well, anyway, your patronage for DK Vine is thanked, Josh, as it is to everybody who backs us at dkvine.com/Patreon. We do live stream these episodes for our $5 and up patrons. Hello. We got some people in the chat right now. Hello. We have P Goggles. We have Just Andre. We have Freezer, who was just on the conversation the other week discussing Saberwolf. Porygon Q was in there as well. I saw Porygon.
Yeah, I think I recognize everybody. Oh, Koopal. Okay. I didn't recognize P Goggles at first, but they say Koopal here. Okay.
Oh, hello, Koopal. Nice to see you. So yeah, we'll be checking in with the live stream as we go. Although Josh and I, we tend to get on tangents and we tend to ramble, and we might lose track of where we are, not just in the sense of the episode itself, but even that we're doing an episode, we might forget.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to rein ourselves in from time to time. So apologies if it feels like we are ignoring the chat or the topic at hand.
Yeah, Hyle, before we started, Hyle was like, thank you for doing this episode with me. And I was like, dude, I've been wanting to catch up with you anyway, because the thing is, if you go back and listen to the first episode I was on the Kongversation, and then you listen to all of them in order and in sequence, that is the extent of me and Hyle having a blossoming friendship. That, for the most part, we talk on Discord sometimes, but these episodes to me are more let's just hang out with my buddy Hyle.
Yeah, Josh and I have never hung out in person, and we're pretty close geographically, relatively speaking, compared to other DK Vine staffers or my other friends scattered around the world. But we've never hung out, and we have this kind of friendship, this relationship, which is very much we could do a podcast, we can hang out, and it is kind of this is the way I'm wired, because my bachelor party was a podcast, because I was like, ooh, right. I can make that into DK Vine content. Ooh, because I'm sick. I'm sick in the head. This is how I am. It is very much ooh, how could I turn this into something for DK Vine? Even if it's a friendship or, a major life event. I've said, I want my, when I die, I want that to be an episode of the Kongversation, my life celebration or whatever. That would be an awesome episode of the Kongversation.
Well, if I manage, I will try to do what I can to make that happen. If it's a possibility.
Why do you think you're going to outlive me, though? Why does everybody think I'm going to die first?
Well, I'm a little bit younger than you. But nonetheless, you're right. You eat a lot healthier than I do. You have much better odds than me, I think.
I mean, I can get hit by a bus. So you never know. You never know. So
like Whizpig.
Like Whizpig, and I would say that would be my dying words, and
it's oh, this is how appropriate.
I would record it on my phone so it could then be played on the Kongversation. I'm broken inside. Josh, you and I, we have discussed quite a bit over the years. This is a recurring thing. This is why this was a Josh episode, basically. Because you and I, we always talk about breaking down the very fundamental nature of fandom and time and the relation that they have. And we often bring up how time crawls when you were younger, much like you do when you're a toddler. The equivalent to how well you can, get around when you're young is directly proportional to how fast time itself seems to move. So when you were young, time is just forever. One day will feel like a week. 1 year will feel like a decade. And the older you get, the more days we spend in this lifetime, the less weight the days themselves carry. And the relative speed of time quickens each and every year until the point where you're nervously looking at the calendar and you're thinking, well, I'll be dead soon. Which means
not to get too metaphysical about it, but I think what I've found is that, like, at least since I became an adult, years, they vary to a degree, but they felt largely pretty much, like, comparable. They sort of average out to about the same speed, I think. What really makes the difference for me is that, like, I think the reason that when you're younger, time feels like it moves so much slower is because, like, there's just more novelty to everything, and, like, by the very nature of being in the process of growing up, you change year over year. The person that you are when you enter kindergarten is very, very different from the person that you are when, like, you leave 5th grade, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
So I've just noticed, like, there was 1 year in the past decade where, like, I went through a really bad breakup and I lost family members and I met the woman who would become my wife eventually. And like coming to the end of that year and looking back on the past 12 months, like, I couldn't believe that all of that happened in the space of 1 year because it seemed like so much longer because more stuff changed.
Right.
I think when you start to get into, like, too much of a routine or not
Sure.
like, and it's sort of natural with growing up, like, less and less and less, like, typically, especially if you get a real job, and, like, it's very easy to fall into the routine of doing the same thing every day, and that's what really makes time just fly by.
I suppose. I don't know, like, I have been a full-time Donkey Kong journalist since October, and time hasn't slowed down at all for me yet, even though how novel of a job is that? I made it up. Nobody's ever done it. Time should be standing still right now, and yet it just feels like I'm just spiraling into the future, into the unknown. But, I mean, I think it's universally true for most people that time feels far slower when you're young. And then
no doubt.
When you reach adulthood, or what's considered adulthood, then it quickly speeds up, especially when you get out of school, any school of any sort, and then when you're working or when you're just going through the same routine, it definitely speeds up. Which means that when you're a kid, though, and you become a little baby fanatic over something, say a video game series, that can make the wait from one game to the next game in the series the most excruciating thing imaginable. And that's a bit of a laugh, I recognize, these days, when it has been over 10 years since the last new standalone Donkey Kong game, i.e. something that's not a port, something that's not a remaster, or something that's not a lavish DLC adventure in a pre-existing game. And yet, the last 10 years, for me, personally speaking, that's felt about as long as the terrible, never-ending 9 months between Donkey Kong Country 2 and Donkey Kong Land 2. Oh my god, how did I survive those 9 months? Or...
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about this earlier too. It's like the version that, like, what sprang to mind for me was, like, waiting between Donkey Kong Country 3 to Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah.
That period of time feels much longer in my mind than the time that it's taken since Tropical Freeze.
Yeah, like, I was gonna say, if we're just focused on Donkey Kong platformers, you say Donkey Kong Country 3, but I say it was an unholy 25 and a half months between Donkey Kong Land 3 and Donkey Kong 64. 25 and a half months, Josh.
It might as well have been forever.
It felt like forever. It's been 16 years since the last Banjo-Kazooie game, but to me, Nuts and Bolts feels as recent as the original Banjo-Kazooie did when Banjo-Tooie came out. It's all distorted. It's all this like broken prism of time. It's all a trick of the mind, really. And I think this perspective really does help me. Because I realize it's all what we do with that time, with that wait. It doesn't have to be excruciating, really, when we can find ways to scratch that itch a little bit, when we can find ways to celebrate our fandom of something, even if the wait feels forever. And as I like to do, I like to reflect on my own life, my own fandom of things, and how I went about through various DKU droughts. And yes, the definition of a DKU drought back then is but a small evening without rain compared to what we are experiencing in the modern day. But from the child perspective, it felt like it was never going to end. And it also kind of helps to have the benefit of knowing how the history panned out. Like, in 1997, for example, they had not announced Donkey Kong 64. And so there was always this uncertainty. Well, are they doing Donkey Kong for the N64? Is that going to come? And of course, we know now. And it's very easy to say...
Well, this kid won't stop writing into us at Nintendo Power. I guess we have to.
I mean, by 98, I was writing into Scribe, so
right.
They got a break from at Nintendo Power. All of my weird little manifestos about how they need to stop focusing on Mario so much. But that's like the Unabomber, except I wasn't threatening to blow up anything.
Yet.
Yeah, I mean, I did one time send that decapitated picture of Mario, which could be construed as a threat, I realize now. But when you're a kid, you're like, well, Mario's not real. It doesn't really matter if I send a letter with blood pouring out of his neck hole.
Well, that's actually where Nintendo got the idea for the Mario torture scene in the Star Fox 64 VHS promo video. I mean, that was just fair game. It was acceptable in the 90s. It's fine.
I look back now and I'm like, yeah, they should have called the authorities because what the hell? But back then I'm like, well, Mario's a fictional character. They're going to get a good laugh about this and they're going to reconsider. Maybe we should talk about Donkey Kong more.
That'll do it.
If Donkey Kong fans are this rational, surely they'll hear us out.
God, no, that just legitimately reminds me of so many times when I was a kid and a teenager where, like, I would seem to offend people and have absolutely no conception of why. and that's the stuff that you look back on later in life and you're just like, oh no.
Yes, reading social cues. Not everyone has the ability, and it's definitely something you age into if you do. So, definitely something I aged into, let's just say. And right. It took me a long time, but I think I got there. Mostly. But yeah, I
I'm better than I used to be, and that's all I can hope for.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's it. Each day we get a little bit better, hopefully.
Right.
But we're going to be going over something. Some of these are video games, but not the video games you're probably expecting me to talk about. These are real examples I'm pulling from my own history of what I did to get through these droughts. Some of these are more so activities or ways to celebrate my fandom. And we are also going to be talking about some contemporary examples, some video games that quite a lot of you might be familiar with, but we have not discussed here on the conversation. And so shall we dig in, Josh?
Oh, let's get to it.
All right. So the first example, and this is really what I wanted to discuss in this episode, because this is one of those weird games that I half remembered. It's like, what was that game? What was that weird horrible thing that I remember very distinctly, but only glimpses, like half-remembered moments. I couldn't remember the name of this. I only remembered the concept. And when we first started talking about seriously doing this episode, over a year ago now, I went digging. I did some research, found the game, found YouTube clips of this, and it all came flooding back in horror. And so I was like, oh, we got to talk about this. I'm so excited to talk about this. So, spelling jungle, Josh.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hi, prepare yourself. When you are ready, choose a stone.
So let me explain this one, because this kind of sets the tone for this entire episode. Spelling Jungle was an educational, I'm going to say game, that was packaged, bundled with PCs and Macs in the mid-1990s. So our family PC, which was the first we ever owned, you know, we first got a computer probably 1995, I want to say. And it was just one of those things where, you know, my boomer parents finally were like, well, computers are the future. It's the 90s. They use them on the TV. This will help little Hyle with his schoolwork. He's going to need a computer. You know, it was like when you got old enough, you would have like computer classes in school because it was the dawn of the 21st century. And so my family like went to Circuit City or whatever and got a PC. I mean, relatively low budget consumer grade PC, but it had Windows, you know, and it was bundled.
Well, if it was 1995, it still probably cost over $1,000.
I don't know what it cost because I was privileged enough as a child to still have a comfortable upbringing, you know, my parents being boomers and their choices not completely destroying the middle class as of yet, but
like your parents were personally responsible for this.
No, their generation got
right.
the ball rolling, but you know, I don't know, but yeah, our family PCs, you know, when you're a kid and you sit down in front of a computer, one of the first things you think is, what games can I play? What games can I play on this? It doesn't matter what computer you're at. Like, it would be in school, it would be at home, at a friend's house. What software is on this that approximates the feeling of a video game? And we had a couple games bundled with this PC. And Spelling Jungle was one of them. It's one of these abysmal 1990s edutainment PC games that I think you're more willing to play as a kid if you are sitting at a computer, because it's a game that's on the computer and you're going to check it out no matter what it is. And this was from Sierra Entertainment. And
well, they have a good pedigree.
I suppose they do, but this game is not part of that pedigree.
Alas.
So there's no real good way to sugarcoat this in 2024. In Spelling Jungle, you play as a masked tribesman in the jungle.
Your journey is just beginning. All right.
You're sailing up a river to keep it from flooding your village. And you have a guide. Spelling Jungle is voice acted, by the way. Your guide is an old village elder by the name... I had to look this up because it's not readily apparent in the game itself. His name is Yobi.
Sure.
Yobi, yeah, he's an old village elder who wears a robe, looks like a bathrobe, and he's got a staff that has ABC on the top of the staff. And you've got to visit various points in the jungle, collecting letters in the proper order to spell words, and this somehow staves off the flooding of the village. I don't really know.
That's you on the raft. Collect the letters of the word first, in the proper order.
Each level is comprised of 2 sections. One, you're walking through the jungle, finding these letters, collecting them in the proper order. And then the second part of the level, you just use your keyboard or mouse to spell the words that Yobi says out loud. So he says, spell...
Oh, that's so cool for 95.
Is it?
Well, yeah, because the computer actually talks to you out loud. Like, I assume this had to have come on a CD then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like CD-ROM drives came out, and then like all the PC software makers were like, well, what can we do with this exciting new frontier in digital multimedia?
Yeah.
And adding voice work was typically one of the first things that they do.
Yeah. So, Yobi will say, spell guitar. And you would have to spell guitar, and then you would be able to progress to the next part of the river.
BLIZZARD. Blizzard.
This brother's bear is best.
Paddle your raft upstream, and you keep going further and further upstream. Now, this sucked, Josh. Like, even in 1995, I did not find this engaging in the slightest. But
Sure.
It was a game, and it took place in a jungle. And 1995, 1996, you have to understand. Donkey Kong Country was at the center of my brain. And so...
As opposed to now.
Yeah, well, okay, but this is when all we had... Like, let's say I was playing this in early 1996. All I had was Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Land, and Donkey Kong Country 2. There's nothing else. So, I've, like, squeezed those games to the last drop. And I'm like, sitting at my computer, and I'm whittling away the time, and I'm like, I've got to get my fix. I have to get a new Donkey Kong game because there's only 3. There's only 3 Donkey Kong Country style games. At that point, like, I was defining it as Rareware's Donkey Kong or the Donkey Kong Country series or the good looking Donkey Kong games. Or, I didn't have a set term really for this yet. It was just like the modern Donkey Kong, right? So.
Right.
I would be sitting at my computer. I found this game that came bundled with it. It's like spelling jungle. Oh, it takes place in a jungle, you say? I'll check it out. And I remember playing this for hours, like whittling away the weekend with fucking spelling jungle. And I'm not proud of this. This isn't something I'm like, boy, I can't wait to tell everybody on the Kongversation that I played spelling jungle. No, I'm mortified by this, but I'm speaking truth. This is what I resorted to because it's not like I could just go out and buy more video games. I'm a kid. Right. I'm on an allowance. A budget, I could rent games from time to time, but I was stuck with what I had in my house. And what I had in my house was spelling jungle. So,
see, imagining you in early 1996 having to resort to this makes me feel like very thankful for the fact that I was still so bad at video games at that same time. Because on January 1st, 1996, I distinctly remember this, that was the day that I got my very own copy of Donkey Kong Country 2. And I credit that game with being the first game that really made me have to get good at it. Because there were no cheat codes, there were no Game Genie codes that I was aware of. There was nothing I could do to progress in it other than actually get good at it. And so that process, for the first half of 1996, all me and my friends did was grind away at Donkey Kong Country 2. It lasted us for that long.
Yeah, so it was Donkey Kong Country that really, took the training wheels off for me.
Right.
And I was like, no Game Genie, no cheating. I'm going to do this because this game deserves it. This is the first game that I really felt like appealed to my sensibilities, and I loved it. And I was like, I want to actually beat this. And I'd beaten like the original Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers 2. But I think Super Mario Brothers 3, I was like, I'm just going to use a Game Genie. This is long. And Super Mario World, I did beat on my own at the time. But yeah, it was Donkey Kong Country that really like made me focus. And I was like, I want to get good at this. I want to, if not master it, get good enough that I can play it comfortably. And it was Donkey Kong Country 2 that pushed me over the edge and really like that's where I really got skilled in 2D platforming at the very least. Finally.
Right, but because you came into DKC2 already having that skill set, like it makes sense that by early 96 you were like, okay, and now I need something else to scratch that itch.
Yeah, and of course I would go back to them. I would religiously play them, but it wasn't like I had anything left to prove with them. So what I would have to do would be like, and I don't want to say the word masturbation with spelling jungle. I don't want to make that analogy again, that very gross analogy. If not for the fact that Yobi's face looks like a scrunched up fleshlight, and I don't really want that imagery in there, which I just put it in there.
To get us away from masturbation for a second, though, I think that it is a pretty... we'll circle back to it, don't worry.
Spell masturbation. Masturbation. Masturbation.
Well, now that you've ruined the game forever for anyone else who might remember it,
it's already ruined.
I do love how a couple things. One, I feel like this memory, like it's not always the same games, but I feel like for anybody who grew up, especially in like the 90s and 2000s, this memory of playing this shitty game that came with your family PC that you don't remember the name of seems to be a pretty universal one. Like lots and lots of people around that age have like some sort of a memory like that. I mean, I remember this like creativity software. It was like a painting app, and it was like a kid's word processor, and I made my dad a Father's Day card on it and recorded audio with it. And I think it was like Microsoft Creative Studio. I looked it up a while ago. But yeah, I mean, you go to the YouTube videos and people are like, I had just so like this little tiny flashbulb memory of what this was about. Yeah. And that's cool. And also just, I love, you're talking about the depiction of like the of like what the game actually entails. And it's funny how like all over the 90s, and I guess still persisting into the 2000s, that sort of thing was too, where it's like we can depict incredibly stereotypical representations of cultures, and it's progressive because we're doing it in a loving way.
Yeah, I should point out the masked tribesman is obviously Caucasian, by the way.
Oh, well, that's even better.
They're all Caucasian. Yobi is an old white dude, bald. But I think like this is something I was willing to invest time in because one, it was kind of an impressive game in 1990. It came out in 1994, I think. But like even in 96, if you're not used to CD-ROMs or the PlayStation, like, oh my God, he's actually talking. Oh wow, this is so vibrant to play on my PC when you're used to like Oregon Trail as being the gold standard. So you also just had all of the tropes, Josh. Yobi had a pet green parrot.
Well, there you go.
The letters in Jungle, very evocative of Kong letters. There were like moai heads and volcanoes and mountain waterfalls and eventually like rhinos and bottomless pits. And I was a sucker for all of this stuff. All of these tropes of the jungle and tropical islands. This is part of the reason why Donkey Kong Country hit so hard with me when it came out was it brought all of that to life in a Nintendo game, in a 2D platformer, in a way that I never really saw before. It wasn't like a fantasy world, like this magical, otherworldly wonderland, or this like very stylized depiction. It was just nature. It was just the tropics. It was the jungle. There were caverns, and like that really just hit home with me. And obviously then my love for Donkey Kong Country would just reinforce all of that, like a feedback loop, right? And so yeah, I'm spelling jungle. Scratch that itch, because it was in my house and it was about a jungle. So the end.
You could have also watched the movie Jumanji. It had some of those elements in 1995.
Josh, I watched Jumanji. I watched Dunstan Checks In.
Right.
There's a couple other movies about monkeys or apes in the 90s that I watched. I went to see George of the Jungle when it came out.
Ooh, so did I.
Brendan Fraser one, yeah. And I like that. I was all about the jungle life in the 90s. So I remember I talked about this 9-month stretch between Country 2 and Land 2, or the stretch from like Country 2 to Country 3, if you want to discount Land 2. Of course, not for me. Like, I'm going to include Land 2, but for other people, it will,
See, I had a Game Gear first, so when I got a Game Boy, I was like, I can't see the screen. How do I play this?
You played on a Super Game Boy, you noob.
Well, no, see, that's the thing. I had a Super Game Boy as well. I was, in retrospect, a little bit spoiled, but by my grandmother, of course. But the thing about that is, if I had, like, of course I could play Game Boy games on the Super Game Boy, but, like, I think my kid logic was always like, if I'm gonna do that, why don't I just play a Super Nintendo game?
Because it's a new Donkey Kong adventure, Josh.
Yeah, no, I didn't really get into the Donkey Kong Land games until I got a Game Boy Pocket, because then I could finally see them.
The Game Boy Pocket was a sexy machine. I just have to say, I never owned a Game Boy Pocket, but I marveled at how crystal clear that image was.
Yeah, I was like, okay, finally, Game Boy game, and it still had some ghosting.
Yeah.
But just like, not nearly as bad, and then of course the color came out, and then the Game Boy Color, and I remember you making the same, I think it was you making the same point on DK Vine back in the day. The Game Boy Color was really the ideal machine to play, especially the original Donkey Kong Land, because like, it would color the sprites a different color than the backgrounds.
Yes.
And that like that's where I put the majority of my time into those games.
But yeah, like I remember that 9 months, and there were like
that 9-month gestation, we might say.
Yes, and there were 5 or 6 months between Country 2 coming out and Land 2 and Country 3 getting announced. They got announced at E3 96, and if you weren't like on the internet at that time, you wouldn't know it until the magazines reported on E3. We've talked about the difference between our like knowledge of when we learned about Country 3, for example.
Right.
But yeah, there was just like this long, dark period, which felt like an eternity as a kid. And so I found myself just playing the hell out of anything that was within reach that reminded myself of the tropes that drew me to Donkey Kong Country in the first place. And that is why I've played more Spelling Jungle in my life than I played Breath of the Wild. What does that say about me? Not just as a gamer, but as a human being, as an entity.
Well, it says that you probably don't enjoy when your weapons degrade quickly, but you are excellent at spelling.
Yes, and you know, Yobi's staff never degraded.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. Point Spelling Jungle. Eat it, Breath of the Wild. I also had another game with my PC. And this is a little bit less embarrassing.
Okay.
But it's another game, also released by Sierra, which I can see why they were both bundled together then. Also from 1994. 1994 was a big year for jungle-based games, apparently.
I guess so.
And also packaged with my PC. It was Lode Runner: The Legend Returns. Now,
I've definitely heard of this one, but I've never played it.
Yeah, or you've probably heard of Lode Runner at the very least. Maybe not this iteration of Lode Runner, but so Lode Runner was a 1983 game. I've never played the original. I've never played any subsequent Lode Runners. But it was basically an Indiana Jones ripoff or homage, where you go into jungles, caves, and temples to steal and rob treasure. Again, things that don't really go well with the greater cultural sensitivity of 2024, but at the time were just very common accepted tropes. Oh yeah, you go steal from indigenous cultures, sure. So, Lode Runner, the Lode Runner of the title, which is not to be confused with what Bumper was arrested for, is apparently, I had to look this up because I was like, is the dude's name just Lode Runner? And it's not. He's a fortune hunter by the name of Jake Peril. Jake Peril. Jake Peril is being chased by the inhabitants of these fortune vaults, I guess. And they're called Mad Monks. And I remembered Mad Monks because I was like, what the hell? These Mad Monks who cannibalize Jake Peril if they catch up to him. So the gameplay of Lode Runner, or at least Lode Runner: The Legend Returns, I would say it's kind of like if you take the aesthetic of Donkey Kong Country and you paste it over the original arcade Donkey Kong with a little bit of Pac-Man thrown in there for good measure. It's kind of a Donkey Kong Pac-Man hybrid. Because you got like the equivalent of the ghost chasing you, but you've got like ladders and platforms that you traverse. But you got to get.
And this is in the 1994 version that you played. They're still pulling from maze games to that extent.
Because it's just based on the original Lode Runner, and so it's just updating the graphics and what you can do. And where this Lode Runner had a leg up over Spelling Jungle, in the realm of pack-in PC time-whittling nonsense games, was that it could actually be a little bit engaging in the right circumstances, because it had a level editor, Josh, which meant you could create your own version of the game. And this was kind of like the first time I ever had like this level of a creative tool, this kind of Mario Maker giddiness in my own hands. Like outside of things like Mario Paint, I never really had this.
Yeah, a game having like a built-in creation tool in 1994 would have been very, very novel, very ahead of its time.
And very exciting if you're a kid who doesn't know the first thing about making games, but has a lot of opinionated ideas about how to make games. So, yeah, you could kind of create your own little bespoke load running. Terrible name, by the way. Just absolutely abysmal name. But I remember one Saturday afternoon in particular, my childhood buddy Elliot, who I've talked about so much in the years on the Kongversation, but he was kind of my like best friend in these years that Donkey Kong Country came out. And he came over one afternoon to hang out, and I had a computer before he did, and eventually he had a computer and the internet before I did, and it was at his house that I discovered Rareware in the summer of '98, and then that was what convinced me to tell my parents, we have to get online again. We have to get AOL.
Yeah, man. The concept of having a computer with no internet is just like... I never would have even thought of that. Although, I mean, I do remember. It's funny because, like, how fast a computer became, like, so obviously mandatory for, like, I guess society itself, really. Because, like, when I was in kindergarten, I'm pretty sure that I was the only kid who had, like, a computer at home, at least in my class. And then in first grade, they had this mandate that, like, okay, we're gonna have a Macintosh in every classroom. And then by the time, that really, really, really bad timing to back Apple.
Yes.
Right
it's like if FDR was around in the 90s. Oh, and a Macintosh in every... Yeah.
Yeah. And also, in my memory, they were very outdated even for the time. I think they probably got them pretty cheap. That didn't last long, but then...
My elementary school had Macintoshes. I distinctly remember having, like, Macs in elementary school, and by the time I got to middle school, they were all PCs.
Yeah. And then just a few years later, when I think I was in 3rd or 4th grade, they, like, actually opened a computer lab and had PCs in every classroom. So...
Yeah.
Just in what was, it didn't feel like a short period of time, as we've discussed, but in what was, looking back, an extremely short period of time, we went from, like, PCs being this novelty that most people, didn't have at home, didn't know much about, to it being, like, very clear, okay, we need to make sure that everybody who's a kid right now, like, has at least some sort of a fundamental grasp of this technology.
Yeah. Luckily, I was able to, like, sway my parents that we need to get online for my classwork, because I was like, this upcoming school year I can't be left behind.
Right.
And really, I just wanted to read Lita Loveday's writing every week on Rareware, which I didn't tell them, but
well, of course,
my con worked, right? So anyway, Elliot came over, and I really remember this afternoon where we just had so much fun creating our own game. And of course, we based the structure of our own load running adventure on the levels of Donkey Kong Country, because Load Runner had several different, fundamentally the levels were basically the same, but you could create, like, skins for the background and for the tiles that made up the ground. And so you would have the jungle, you would have mines, temples, ice caverns were even in the game. So of course, like slip, slide, ride, like finally, like do more with that concept. And, Elliot was hardcore into Donkey Kong Country at this time as well. And so I think we were both just really craving the next game out of the Land or Country series. And so we like bonded over, like we were junkies, like both like just having the shakes. And we like went to a methadone clinic together, and that methadone clinic was Load Runner. So yeah, it's no,
one I know what you mean, and this I have a sort of a similar memory with, like, my cousin in the summer of '96. We went on vacation to the beach, and this is like the height of both of our childhood obsession with Donkey Kong Country. And, like, we would go in the pool and we'd be like, okay, I'm gonna try doing, like, Donkey Kong swimming animation and see how well it works. And we did that with all of them, and just... Diddy's worked the best, by the way. Diddy's was the best at actually keeping you afloat.
I feel so seen right now, as I often do talking with you, but yeah, every time we went into a pool, I want to say, 1995, 1996, we would try the different Kong swimming
exactly.
and see which works better in real life. Like, and yeah, Diddy, I think, although I got Dixie's swim working pretty well for me. Like, I think that had more speed, but Diddy's was more maneuverable.
Hyle, I think this could probably be an episode all by itself.
What we need to do then is apply then to Banjo-Kazooie, Conker. We need to go all out. Yeah, the DK64 Kongs. We need to really see. Really, what we need to do is film this. We'll rent out a large pool. We'll bring in the entire DK Vine staff and our assorted friends. Like Malik and Freezer can come, and just Andre, why not? Come on in. And we'll go swimming, and we'll determine which DKU character could win in a legitimate swimming race.
But it's so cool to, like, that you and Elliot had that, like, that experience of like being able to like make a game together, because like it brings me back. Kids will do that whether they actually even have the creation tools or not. Like,
Yeah.
I always remember watching the Digimon movie for the first time and then like going home and opening up MS Paint and like, I'm going to make myself my own Digimon. And then I drew it and then I kept it on my desktop and was like,
Oh yeah.
just kids have that kind of imagination as it is. So like, I'm kind of jealous of kids of the past 10 years who like got to grow up with Minecraft.
Sure.
Because I can't imagine how magical that experience would have been like from that perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking back at like Load Runner, this pack-in game with my PC, as just this very fond childhood memory. And yeah, what if I had real video games to work with? Come on. So, jumping forward a little bit in time.
Mm-hmm.
This is another historical example, but this is less esoteric and less like only in the realm of Hyle. The original Crash Bandicoot.
Mm-hmm.
So I've talked a little bit about this experience. My only real experience with the Crash Bandicoot series. And it's from playing the original game when Elliot rented a PlayStation from Blockbuster Video for the weekend. And he said, come over, I've got a PlayStation. And I'm like, how weird. PlayStation. What? Like, at this point, I think I was more or less used to the idea of there being another console on the market that wasn't Nintendo, that wasn't Sega, that was seemingly having some legs, that was sticking around. Because I've talked about how, for me, like, the PlayStation came out and I dismissed it because there had been so many also-ran consoles that I vaguely knew of from my early childhood that, like, none of my friends ever had. And I only ever saw in like store displays, like maybe Circuit City or somebody else would like be displaying a 3DO or something.
Right.
Or an Atari like Lynx or whatever, you know, like you just know this isn't going to last.
No, I know what you mean. It's really funny in retrospect because like, what I saw was like, you know, there was Sega and there was Nintendo and then there was everybody else and everybody else was just a pretender. But I look back on that now and I'm like, it's really funny that like among like Panasonic and 3DO and all of these other systems, like I was also like, grouping Atari under that banner.
Yeah, like,
totally unaware of how important Atari was to like video game history.
And I knew they were important because my family like had a wood paneled Atari console that I got at a yard sale, like well after its prime, mind you. But that was my first video game experience, so I knew of Atari, but I just viewed Atari as like this relic, and I was like, "Oh, that's cute. That's cute." They think they can make a console in the modern day.
Yeah,
but yeah, like I just wrote off PlayStation as, well, that's not going to last because it wasn't Nintendo or Sega. Because in my like childhood bias, I only knew really Nintendo and Sega as these bedrocks, as these like yin and yang opposites. And there's no room in that equation, in that balance for a third console. Especially from Sony. They make like VCRs. What the hell? What the hell? So I just wrote it off. And then eventually from buying a lot of third-party video game magazines like EGM and GamePro, looking for any scraps of information on the N64 Donkey Kong game because Nintendo Power wasn't talking about it, but I knew they had to be working on it, Josh. So I was doing all this investigative legwork. And by investigative legwork, I mean reading video game magazines because that was all I could do then. Of course. But, you know, I was like determined to suss out the truth, to like find what Nintendo Power was hiding from me. Because, you know, it wasn't unheard of that Nintendo Power wouldn't talk about games like Super Mario Brothers 3. When it was out in Japan for years, like they would just ignore it because they didn't want people to know there's this huge ass Mario adventure that we haven't brought over yet. So it was like, yeah, Nintendo Power. I recognize it as the propaganda it was, even if it was propaganda I enjoyed. So, yeah, I was like reading all these magazines, and eventually it just dawned on me, they're still talking about the PlayStation. I guess it's doing okay.
Yeah, like my experience was sort of similar because like I bought the hype about the N64 hook, line, and sinker.
Yep.
Like it was my first like new console hype cycle ever. And like, you know, this is Project Reality. It's gonna like you and I have talked before. It's like you will never need another video game console. And,
Josh, it was called the Nintendo Ultra 64. How can you get better than Ultra?
Exactly. But I remember picking up this issue of maybe like Game Fan in early '97, and like, you know, they'd have that letter. They'd had that letter from the editor at the top of the magazine, and it was just like, you know, talking about how unexpectedly, like the N64 is kind of underperforming, and the PlayStation is still really sticking around and really strong. And then like, I remember this older kid in my neighborhood, he was like a teenager already. So, from my perspective, he was basically an adult, and he sold his he sold his N64 to get a PlayStation, and then was always dunking on how bad and childish Nintendo was. And I think that was about the time I figured out, okay, this isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and it really sucked as a Nintendo diehard, because I feel like we finally got a leg up over Sega, and I was like, hell yeah, Donkey Kong Country won the war, buddy. And then all of a sudden, just blindsided, you know, out of nowhere, then we weren't cool again. And I was like, fuck.
Well, what you really should have been concerned with was the oncoming storm of Knuckles Chaotix. That was going to make Donkey Kong Country look like a joke.
And of course, it's better. It's like the devil, you know, right? Like, I wanted Sega to remain as Nintendo's rival because I was comfortable with that relationship. I didn't know Sony. I didn't know the history behind the PlayStation or how it came about. So I was very much viewing it like how some people slightly younger than me viewed the Xbox. Because they're like, how dare Microsoft? It's Sony and Nintendo and Sega. How dare Microsoft get in on it? They have no right.
Well, by 2001, I think to most people it was just Sony and Nintendo, unfortunately.
I know, but I was throwing you a bone. I didn't.
Well, I appreciate it, but I remember being there.
Yeah, because, you know, you were a Sega kid, I was a Nintendo kid, and we break bread now. Look how we've come together. But yeah, like, it didn't dawn on me because none of my friends had a PlayStation. We all had N64s. And so in my little childhood bubble, like, that was the dominant console. And so I did not understand that in reality, PlayStation was outperforming Nintendo and was the hot system and really the center of the video game universe as defined by, you know, actual video game culture at the time. So yeah, like, this was the first and only time I might have played the original PlayStation was when Elliot rented it this weekend. Like, he eventually got a PS2. Eventually, Elliot's taste kind of evolved beyond my own. He got a PS2, and I was like, well, Rare's not going to do anything for the PS2. Why am I going to get a PS2?
Yeah, what's the point? What do you need a PS2 for?
Yeah, like, now I'm considering maybe I'll get a PS5, because Sea of Thieves is also on PlayStation 5, and I'm like, well, that's my in, I guess, but back then, you know, it's like, well, I'm not going to get a PS2. I'll stick with the GameCube, and, you know, where Rare's going to be, obviously. So this is my only experience, I think, playing the PS1. Like, and I think I played a Dreamcast at one of Elliot's friend's house, like, a couple years after that. It's my only experience playing a Dreamcast. So,
well, you indirectly knew a single person with a Dreamcast. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's still a little bit bewildering to me, honestly.
The only rarer thing than finding somebody who owned a Dreamcast was finding somebody who owned a Saturn.
I was hoping you were going to say Virtual Boy, and I was about to puff out my chest.
Well, you know, I knew that you guys on DK Vine also owned Virtual Boys, so
yeah, it's still weird, right? Like, even when we were like full on anti-Nintendo, when we were like our little angsty coming of age era where we were so hurt by the buyout, but we weren't going to turn on Rare, so we turned on Nintendo. We were still very much advocating for the Virtual Boy. If we were just trying to be difficult. I don't know.
I mean, I think that one thing that I always notice is that I feel like when it comes to video game opinions, I often find myself on quote unquote the wrong side of history. It's like I want to be different. It's like I'm not trying to be a contrarian on purpose, but it seems like even in cases where like I sort of come around on a game and I'm like, okay, now I understand why people like this. And then about the time I do that, it seems like the whole message changes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm delightfully out of tune with the mainstream, with the zeitgeist at any given time, because I just realize I'm not a mainstream gamer. Mm-hmm. I have very specific taste. I have very specific interest, and a lot of my interests are just outside of video games. So what brings me into video games, what's kept me plugged into video games all this time, has been my passion for Donkey Kong Country and Rare, and now Playtonic. But it's a very, very like narrow thing, right? Like it's, and I'm okay with that because I realize there are other freaks out there who at the very least have an interest in those games, even if they're not as insular as I am. And somebody's got to celebrate them. Might as well be me. So that's fine.
Well, I'm very glad that you're here.
Once you're not a kid and you're not so worried about what others think of your opinion or lifestyle, even, it's far more liberating to be an adult.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
People will be like, high school, these will be the best years of your life. No, they won't.
No, they won't. I mean, high school was better for me than middle school was. Middle school were 3 terrible years, but thankfully I had some great games that came out around that time to keep me going. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot, Josh. Wow, we're really getting off topic, but I mean, we're not getting off topic. It's still on topic, but we're just getting led astray.
Oh, it's wherever we go, I'm up for it.
So, how do you
Crash
deal with
Bandicoot typically? Go ahead.
How do you deal with DKU droughts, Hyle? Well, I record long rambling podcast.
That's totally valid.
Anyway,
if we can just keep this episode of the conversation going until a new Donkey Kong Country game comes out.
Yeah, at the very least until January 16th.
There you go.
Yeah, so I think I played Crash for the first time, and the only time, if I'm honest, in 1997. That was when Elliot rented the PlayStation. And
this is the original Crash Bandicoot.
The very first Crash Bandicoot, before any sequels, the original PlayStation. It was that really weird time period in 1997. Donkey Kong Country 3 was out, obviously. But the Nintendo 64 kind of eclipsed everything if you're a Nintendo kid. And Donkey Kong Country Mania was more or less over. It had subsided because of the N64 and because of the PlayStation. And even though the moment had kind of passed, it was still very recent and was ready to be reignited at a moment's notice the second Nintendo announced the next Donkey Kong game. And the first half of 1997, I just remember it being this 5 to 6 months of breathless anticipation for that year's E3. I remember February of that year being like, only a few months until that E3 show, and I bet we'll hear about the Donkey Kong game for the N64 then. Donkey Kong World, or maybe it's going to be called Donkey Kong Universe, or Donkey Kong Fantasy, as some of the magazines were listing it in their weird pre-order sections.
And if I remember right, I believe E3 97 and 98 were held in Georgia, so it would have been conceivable that you and I could have gotten to that E3.
More conceivable than Los Angeles, but yes, Georgia was still almost half a day's drive from where I was at. So it was just like, even if I could get to that at E3, I was a kid. Didn't have any credentials to get in. Not even
I said it was more conceivable, not that it was remotely realistic.
E3 felt like this closed off bubble where it's happening, but you've got to wait to be told what happens. Especially if you're not online at that point. Like, I wasn't, so it was very much like, well, just have to wait for the Nintendo Power, I guess. Just have to wait for the Nintendo Power, I guess. And then you know when the E3 issue is going to be. So you're waiting for the mailbox to be filled up by your mailman, or mail lady in my case, and you were like, come on, Nintendo Power. Nintendo Power, where are you? Nintendo Power. And then you think you've narrowed it down to the day it's going to arrive. And then you head to your mailbox and it's not there. And it just ruins your whole day because you were going to learn about Donkey Kong World,
Nickelodeon
Josh.
Magazine? What the fuck is this?
It came the next day, I remember.
Right.
But, God, that year was just full of so many ups and downs, like catastrophic swings in mood if you were a Donkey Kong fanatic, because the first half, you just know the Donkey Kong game for the N64 is going to be revealed at E3. And then you finally get the Nintendo Power in your hand, or you're online a month earlier, and you find out, actually, it's Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Quest. And you're like, at 2 Rare? Really? Betrayal? You're not making a Donkey Kong game? You're making your own characters? You fucking ingrates. What the hell is wrong with you? I hate this. Well, maybe Banjo is a brother's bear. Oh, maybe. Oh.
Step 2, bargaining.
We got a small consolation prize. Donkey Kong Land 3 was announced. And so you're like, well, at least that's coming. At least that trilogy will be complete. But, oh man. And then, of course, Diddy Kong Racing was announced towards the end of summer, beginning of autumn that year. And that retroactively made me very excited about Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Quest because, Diddy Kong Racing is going to introduce these characters. And, well, we know the rest of that story. But anyway, suffice to say, 97 was just a weird roller coaster of emotions as a Donkey Kong fan. And I remember playing Crash. It might have been the summer of 97. So it might have been after finding out about Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Quest, but before finding out about Diddy Kong Racing. So that weird, spiteful, bitter period of uncertainty where you were sure Rare was still going to make Donkey Kong for the N64, but why wasn't that the priority? Would I find something to like about Banjo-Kazooie? What was gonna be the future? There was a couple months where everything was just a big question mark egg.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me because like I was so like I don't think that I had yet comprehended the idea that the video games that I played were developed by any companies in particular. It was all just kind of games for me at that point.
Yeah.
So like Banjo-Kazooie sounded cool, 12 Tales sounded cool, Donkey Kong Land 3 sounded cool, but like I didn't understand that this was coming from a company that the Rare logo at the beginning of those games indicated who the developer was. So to me, it was all just sort of under the same banner. And also, just like, the summer of 97 to me was like Star Fox 64. You know, I sort of followed the Nintendo 64 hype cycle, like down other roads.
I mean, so did I. Like, I did play all the first party Nintendo games of that era. Like, this wasn't like me, like, just sleeping on Breath of the Wild or not even watching the new trailer for the Zelda game that's coming out that was announced just recently. Still haven't seen it. I still forget the name of it because what the hell? What's wrong with me, Josh?
Wow, so you can play as Zelda, huh? Well, we had a game starring Dixie like 27 years ago. Way to get on our level.
No, but like, I haven't watched it. Why? Because I've got to write about Donkey Kong Happy Meal toys in Japan, Josh. That's why I haven't watched it. Somebody's got to do this. But yeah, like I still played. Like I played Star Fox 64 too. Like I still went to Blockbuster and rented all the games. And Elliot would do the same, or he would get one, or I would get some for Christmas. So it was still very much like keeping up with what was current. But you had to scratch the itch.
That older kid who sold his N64 for a PlayStation would mysteriously want to be my friend whenever a major N64 game came out.
Yeah, what happened when GoldenEye was all the rage then?
Oh, yeah, well, then he bought an N64 again, actually.
Oh, okay.
That was his thing. But I just remember, he, like I said, he was a teenager. What do you want to do? Like, teenagers typically don't want to be friends with, like, elementary school kids. But whenever like Star Fox 64 came out, he'd be like, "Hey Josh, how's it going?" And I knew what he was doing. But also I wanted to have cool older friends. So it worked out for both of us, I suppose.
So yeah, like I wasn't left wanting for video games to play, but of course none of them scratched the itch that Donkey Kong scratched for me.
So then how did Crash Bandicoot hit you that day?
So yeah, like obviously I was immediately taken with the similarities to Donkey Kong Country, like the intentional similarities to Donkey Kong Country, right up to including the map screen, it taking place on an island, and I was like, okay, I can squint, I can pretend, I can get into this because it feels very much like something I would like. It's got the tropes, it's got the setting, it's starring a furry mammal. Like, let's go. Let's do this. And it was interesting, though, because what I found was, because it was a lot closer to what I would want from a Donkey Kong game than, say, Spelling Jungle, I think I was harsher on it because it came so close. It got right up to the line. And because of that, I was focused on the things I felt it got wrong. And this wasn't fair. It's not fair to Crash. Crash is its own thing. But I wasn't playing Crash to play its own thing. I was playing Crash because I was getting Donkey Kong vibes from it. And yeah, I think, I don't know if it was like the villain, like Dr. Cortex, or if it was just something about the characters being slightly off to me. It's like a Bandicoot. Oh, it's not a primate. It's not a monkey. It's not a gorilla. I would even accept bears at that point. But Bandicoot, I don't know. That's a little bit weird. That's kind of like a Tasmanian devil. Is this some Looney Tunes shit? I don't know. I'm checking it out. And I think it was just it came so close, but it wasn't made by Rare. It wasn't Donkey Kong, and I think child me. It just felt like when you drink a diet soda and you expect a regular soda, you know?
Yeah, I think the more experience with games you get, the easier it is to kind of I think it's a very natural thing to when you're like at a certain age, especially, to see anything that's different as like, okay, well, this is a flaw because it doesn't work exactly the way I was expecting it to. And like, I always think of like before I got a Super Nintendo, I rented one, and I believe I rented Donkey Kong Country with it, and that was the first time I ever played it. But my only frame of reference for platformers at that point was Sonic the Hedgehog. And so I actually did that same thing with Donkey Kong Country originally, where I was like, I found it very strange and kind of off-putting, all the ways that it was not like Sonic, because that was what platformers were supposed to be to me. I distinctly remember thinking it was very odd how, like, your partner is always on screen and follows you around and you can switch to him. Like, in my mind, what Diddy Kong was supposed to do was, like, fall off screen and then fly back with his tails.
Right. Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because as a Nintendo kid, until Donkey Kong Country came along to show me the way, what a platformer was Mario. And it could be Super Mario Brothers, it could be Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario World, like those were all acceptable styles, but when I would go over to an older kid's house, the child of a friend of my parents who was a Sega kid, had a Genesis, Sega teenager at that point, young teenager, but still felt like so old and sophisticated to me, being I was like 5 or 6 years old at that point. And so I was like, oh my God, Sega Genesis. And it felt wrong, but it felt like the forbidden fruit, right? Like, ooh, dare I? Like, what will Nintendo think if they found out? But look, it's so black and it's so sleek. And
what would Nintendo think if they found out?
and you start up the
Like
game
you're
and
cheating on Nintendo.
you start up the game and it whispers Sega, and you're like, oh my, whisper it to me, baby. And yes, Sonic was so edgy and cool compared to Mario. Mario's this dumpy man, but like Sonic is this guy of the 90s. Like, he's got like spiked hair almost, like Bart Simpson. I'm not allowed to watch The Simpsons. Oh, and you're like tantalized by it, but then all the ways it's not Mario starts to add up. And you're like, this is a little bit too frantic for me. I can't keep pace with this. I need to slow down. I need to catch my breath.
And I think, especially as somebody who played lots of Sega and lots of Nintendo games as a kid, it's been fun. It's been kind of funny to see, like, for one thing, I think that's why, like, Sega kids and Nintendo kids, and for that matter, Mario fans and Sonic fans, had trouble seeing the quality of each other's series because they were, like, Sega's game design philosophy was very different from Nintendo's and vice versa. And over time, what's happened is Nintendo has been so much more popular and so much more influential as the years have gone on that, like, now a lot of what Sega did, like, you look at it and, like, I think it just feels wrong to a lot of people. It's like, this is not how game design is supposed to work.
Trust me.
But, it's not. It's just different.
As a rare diehard, you're speaking my language right now because Donkey Kong Country, to me, like, that came along and I was like, this is what I've been wanting. Like, I'd been a Mario kid up until that point, and it was just for lack of anything else. Not to say I didn't enjoy the hell out of those games. We did a 4+ hour podcast earlier this season, Josh, about my love for Super Mario Brothers 2, but it was just like, it was just what platformers were. And then Donkey Kong Country came along and it was everything I imagined platformers could be. It just clicked with me. And I was like, this is it. This is my home from this point on. But then people look at that and like, that's not the Nintendo way of doing things. Those platformers, those Donkey Kong Country games are flawed because of this and because of that. And I'm like, are they flawed or is it just not the Nintendo way of doing things?
Yeah, and like I think that's why, like you, I liked Mario just fine, but like the game that made me understand the appeal of Nintendo was Donkey Kong Country 2, and of course, like I said, I didn't know that was rare. I thought that was just Nintendo, and in retrospect, I think it's because, like, and I got into this way back in my episodes on Donkey Kong Country a little bit, but I didn't want to overdo it. It's like, I think that they had more in common with, like, Sega's sort of game design philosophy than, like, Mario typically did. I think that they took the Donkey Kong Country games took a lot of inspiration from the best platformers on the market at the time and sort of combined a lot of their best aspects.
Yeah, it's almost like Donkey Kong Country games, and you might disagree with this being more of an expert on Sonic than I am. Mm-hmm. I know Freezer will probably be screaming at me in the chat, but for me, Donkey Kong Country is kind of like, what if Mario met Sonic halfway?
Yeah, that's, I think I remember way back then, like, cutting some section about that from my script, because I'm like, listen, I can't go on and on and on about Sonic in every video that I make. I have to stop.
If Sonic is pure grade cocaine, Donkey Kong Country is what happens if you cut that with, like, flour.
Sure, yeah.
You know, just a little bit. Yeah, like, for me, like, I liked Crash. I remember liking it. I was like, this is okay. But it felt flat. And not in, like, the tantalizing way where it's like I was cheating or like having this, like, secret rendezvous in the basement with another lover. It just felt like I wanted this to be something that it's not. And that's not fair to Crash. Yeah. But that was just where I was at. And it just left me really wanting the the N64 Donkey Kong game. The irony being now, I think if I went back and I played the original Crash Bandicoot, I would probably enjoy it way more than Donkey Kong 64. The irony being that the original builds of Donkey Kong 64 were a lot closer to Crash Bandicoot than what the game we got was, so...
Well, that's the thing, like, Crash Bandicoot was such a fascinating game even at the time, and I think it was, like, its impact and what it was doing was a little bit unappreciated at the time, because it's like, the PlayStation, at least at that point, was understood to not be able to do what the N64 was doing. The N64 could give you, like, incredibly expansive 3D worlds that seemed, for the time, absolutely impossibly enormous. The PlayStation didn't have that kind of like polygon pushing potential, like the memory limitations and the bit calculations just were thought to not allow for. The PlayStation would get pushed well beyond its limits later. So because of that, what Naughty Dog decided to do was like, well, if we can't do that, let's focus on what this system can do well. And they did it so impressively that like Sony like called them in and were like, how the fuck are you getting the system to do this? Because, like, they didn't even understand it. But that was just so happened to be the sort of stuff that, like, Donkey Kong Country games were really good at. Like, a sense of atmosphere, a sense of place, like, having, like, we can't have, like, expanse, so let's go for detail.
Sure. Yeah. And, yeah, so I remember playing Crash in that very disorienting period in 1997 when the future of Donkey Kong Country, Rare's Donkey Kong, not yet defined as the Donkey Kong universe in my terms. That wouldn't come until November of that year. But it was very much like, I don't know where we're going. I don't know when I'm going to get the next game. I was sure there was going to be another game, but there was that just niggling little bit of uncertainty. And, so Crash, I played it and I just was like, it's not what I was looking for. And I moved on. And, it's a shame because I think Crash, more than any other series, would probably get me closest to what I'm looking for, when I am seeking out, like, Donkey Kong Country style worlds at the very least. I just haven't had an opportunity to really revisit it. So
yeah, it's funny because like one of the prototype names of Crash Bandicoot was like they called it Sonic's ass because they realized very early on that designing a video game from this perspective meant you would be looking at the character's butt the whole time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the final game ends up taking way more from Donkey Kong Country. It has the bonus stages, it has the hidden secrets, it has the island setting. But I know what you mean about like, it's just the when it's that close, the differences become uncanny. I think that's a good analogy actually. Like it's like the uncanny valley effect, where it's like you're riffing so close to what I want that it's really bothering me that it's not quite that.
We'll call it the uncanny Vine Valley in this case.
That's
because,
good.
Yeah, it is. It is a serious problem, and it's why I've kind of avoided some of these platformers that people have recommended to me, because I'm like, I'm sure it does a lot of things right, but I remember how some of these games would fall flat with me, and I almost don't want to be unfair, and I feel like I would just naturally be unfair. Now, I have to say, before we move on from Crash has gone on to be a series I have been quite envious of for having, if not consistent releases that celebrate the totality of the series in a way that it feels like Donkey Kong and larger Rare fandom, the DKU, they're never allowed to. Like, it's like Jeff and I had a really great episode where we talked about Crash Team Racing and what it does versus what Donkey Kong games have been historically allowed to do post buyout. And you could even apply that to how Rare treats its own properties, or how Microsoft and Xbox treats Rare's properties. Like, you almost have to be apologetic if you're going to celebrate any of that. Like, I know it's a Donkey Kong Country character. Sorry, he's in Smash now. It's K. Rool. Sorry, everyone. I don't know. It's just this weird, like, well, yeah, I mean, we don't need references to our games in our games. We don't need characters coming back, it's fine. And it's just like, why? Fucking why? Why is it like this? Why are like the lingering scars of, is it the buyout? Is it all of the anti-rare nonsense from the early aughts? I don't know what it is, but there is this kind of arm's length that everybody keeps from it, while Crash gets to celebrate all of these obscure characters, very, very obscure characters. And we're just like, all right, yeah, whatever. Just bring in more newbies and new bats and whatever. We don't need references. Just reinvent the wheel every single time.
Well, at least that's how it was in Crash Team Racing. I know some people who grew up with like the 6th gen and beyond Crash games were pretty resentful of how like Crash 4, ignored what I think has historically been considered the lesser games. But I do understand Crash Team Racing. I'm not all that well versed on Crash myself.
Don't get me wrong, like, I love Donkey Kong Country Returns. I understand the role the Tiki Tak tribes serve. Even Professor Chops is kind of growing on me a little bit this year, thanks to the Chop Sensei keychain. So, it's not like I can't embrace the new. I'm not one of these old fans who just says, yeah, the real Donkey Kong is from 1994 to 2002, and everything after that is nonsense. It's like, no, I embrace everything, but I would like the Donkey Kong series to embrace everything, if you catch my drift.
No, I mean, I remember feeling that way, like, all the way back in, for Tropical Freeze, where it's like, it has all these great Easter eggs, and I love the Easter eggs. It has Easter eggs for Metroid, and it has Easter eggs for Super Mario Bros. 3, and then for the original Donkey Kong Country games, the only thing it really has is, like, oh no, I've forgotten the name of the instrument that Cranky plays in the intro. The recorder. The record player.
The gramophone,
Gramophone, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's like the only sort of overt reference to the original trilogy that's in there.
Sure, yeah. It's like, yeah, that is something that bugs me. I did a comprehensive video about Tropical Freeze Easter eggs the other month. And, like, I know you did one right when Tropical Freeze came out. I went a little bit more in depth than you did, Josh.
A little bit, yeah. That was one of my first videos.
Yeah, and it was fine, But,
for the time.
Yes. I wanted to do something and maybe start a series. And, it's just like, we'll do this for multiple games. Like, I'll probably do one for Returns HD and Returns in total when it comes out. But yeah, you look at the references that they feel like they're able to do, and they've referenced the Super Mario series quite a bit. Obviously, they're fine to reference the arcade Donkey Kong. Fucking Billy Mitchell gets a reference in Returns, and I'm like, you can go ahead and patch that out. Like, you can change it to something else, because we don't need to be celebrating this douche, this imposter. But yeah, it kind of bugs me that, like, they can do all of that, and I'm fine with them referencing Metroid. It's the same thing as Rare referencing their own games in other games, but
yeah, we're not saying that we have any problem with the references, except for the Billy Mitchell one, of course.
Yeah.
It's just, if you can do all that, then it would feel cool. And we're getting off on a tangent about a game that came out over 10 years ago.
Sure.
But still, it supports the point you're making. Like why can't, why do we see so little of this stuff being celebrated?
Yeah. What's the problem? Like, reference Jungle Beat. Like, throw in some Xananab references. I want it all. I want to feel seen as a Donkey Kong fan. And I feel like I'm rarely in that view. Like, when Impossible Lair had more Donkey Kong references than Tropical Freeze did, I was like, this is weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, Crash Bandicoot, would like to revisit it, is what I'm saying at some point. Another historical example, and this one is a cheat. This one is, I recognize how dumb this one sounds. any other game made by Rare. Now, that's not really applicable these days, but in the time before Diddy Kong Racing, and before the concept of the Donkey Kong universe or a shared Rare universe was really crystallized, when it was just Rare's Donkey Kong Country, the good-looking Donkey Kong games. Unlike you, I was still, I knew Rare. Like, I recognized that logo. I knew they were actually the people behind Donkey Kong Country. Despite what DKC Exposed told me, that it was all made at Nintendo of America, I was like, no, it's Rare. And,
they had a British guy on the phone at one point.
Yeah, no, they called, the Stampers,
Right.
Josh Wolf briefly talked to them, but they're like, oh yeah, you have to talk to Rare. And they never explained who Rare was.
Right.
Or what they actually did. But thankfully, the Donkey Kong Land issue, the cover issue for Nintendo Power that I got when I got Donkey Kong Land, had a big in-depth interview with the Stampers. Like, they went to Rare, they talked about ACM graphics, and that was my full education into who Rare was. And I was like, oh, okay, so Nintendo just didn't make this. Like, Rare wasn't just the software they were using or whatever to make Donkey Kong Country. It's actually a place. And it's actually, like, I didn't know the term studio, but, like, these are the people Nintendo brought in to make this game. I'm a fan of these people. And so before we had Diddy Kong Racing and this notion that any Rare game could be part of this shared universe, it was just Rare makes other games and I want to rent them or maybe sometimes buy them to get, I guess, proximity magic off of them.
Yeah.
Like, Ken Griffey Jr.'s Winning Run was a game I rented. Had no interest in baseball. Elliot liked baseball. Elliot played, like, Little League. And so, like, it was kind of an easy sell for him. Like, we should rent that and play that. And for me, I was like, Rare made it. And they made it just a short walk away from where they made Donkey Kong Country games. So maybe there'll be some cool shit in here. Killer Instinct for the Super Nintendo. I viewed Killer Instinct at the time as a rival of Donkey Kong Country. Like, it was...
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's ludicrous. Like, when DK Vine started, we viewed GoldenEye and Perfect Dark with animosity because it's what the older, cooler gamers liked over the animal platformers that Rare made.
Exactly. Like, I remember the aforementioned kid, older teenage kid in the neighborhood who I keep bringing up. Like, when he got an N64, he got Mario 64 and he got Killer Instinct Gold. And, you know, his attitude was kind of like, you know, this is the real shit. This is what good games for real gamers are like.
And yeah, Nintendo Power would just go on and on about Killer Instinct as much as they would go on about Donkey Kong Country. And I was just like, well, instead of making Killer Instinct, maybe Rare could make another Donkey Kong game. At the same time. You know, just give me more Donkey Kong. That's all I want. And your little kid lizard brain just wants more of the same. Just wants more. Like, and it wasn't just Donkey Kong Country I was after, Josh. No. I was a Renaissance kid. I was after, I remember a Squawks spin-off game was something I really wanted. Just a game starring Squawks the parrot. Yeah.
Well, can I interest you in Colibri for the Sega 32X, the system that is going to single-handedly make you forget all about Donkey Kong Country? I tell you, that 32X, man. Ooh.
I have to be honest with you. I did not know what a 32X was until well after the 32X was in landfills.
Neither did anyone else. Well, to be fair, though, it basically came out, and then 6 months later it was in landfills, so you didn't have to wait long.
Yeah, it was a good speed run. Like I honestly forget the 32X was a thing. Like I was like, okay, and then there was the Sega Saturn.
I mean, that's if Sega if Sega could do it over again, I'm sure that's what they wish they'd done.
I'm sure they would also change how they rolled out the Saturn a little bit more too, but that's
Oh yeah,
lots of
lots of hindsight that really shouldn't have taken hindsight with them.
I was envious of the Sega Saturn though, for one reason. When the Nintendo decided to standardize the name for the N64 worldwide, and the West lost the Ultra branding. I remember thinking, God, I don't like that name. Nintendo Ultra 64 commanded such power, and Nintendo 64 just means nothing. And meanwhile, I looked over at Sega Saturn, and I was like, Saturn is such a cool name. It's the ring planet.
I think it did have the coolest name of all the 5th gen consoles, so it had that going for it anyway.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean about Ultra 64. Like, to this day, like, I don't even think I heard it as a kid, but I was so swept up in, like, the mania for the Nintendo Ultra 64 that, like, the arcade attract screen of Killer Instinct still gives me goosebumps.
Oh yeah, I pulled that up on YouTube from time to time just to
same here.
just to remember. For me, it was such an easy sell to adults because you were always having to work the adults in your life to get them ready that a new system was going to come out, and you had to get it. And so I basically viewed it as like this long campaign of like incepting the idea in their head. And slowly building it up, so I couldn't live without it. It's basically what I did with the internet, eventually.
That's such a Nickelodeon concept, I feel like. I mentioned Nickelodeon Magazine earlier. They had this ad they played for years where it's like, you're gonna keep reminding your parents that you want, quote, Nickelodeon Magazine, please. And it had all these suggestions for ways that you could do that. And like, yeah, that's very much a Nickelodeon generation thing to do, of like, I'm gonna psyop my parents into making sure I get this.
Yeah, because Nickelodeon was all about kid empowerment, right? At that era, at least. It like the Nickelodeon. I don't know if it like carried over into the SpongeBob era, and when I kind of checked out of Nickelodeon, when I kind of like outgrew it. But for me, like Nickelodeon was very much like the edgy, cool alternative to Disney, and it was all about like kids matter, and you're like don't sell yourself short just because you're not of age yet. Like your voice matters, and also like adults are con artists and duplicitous, and fight the power. The power being adults, and
exactly.
So like but it was very much like a new Nintendo console is coming out next year or soon. And the way adults thought of it was it's the Nintendo. The NES wasn't a Nintendo Entertainment System. It was the Nintendo.
Right.
Or a Nintendo. And Super Nintendo, very good branding because it just built on that. It was the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, but everybody just knew it as Super Nintendo. And it just built off of the Nintendo brand. And so for me, Nintendo Ultra 64, it was Ultra Nintendo, how I was selling it to adults. Like the next step up from Super Nintendo. And then it went to N64. And I was just like, what am I supposed to do with that?
Explain to them that it has 64 bits. That's why they called it that.
Obviously, I knew that bits mattered, Josh. I knew that bits were everything.
Exactly.
The more bits that a game had, and the more bits that a console had, and the more bits that a game had on a system that had more bits, what was a deal breaker? It was what made a game so powerful and impressive. But I can't explain that to my boomer ass parents. They're not going to get it.
Why don't we just download you some more bits?
I remember getting a Super Game Boy because I was able to con my mom. I told her, look, I can play Game Boy versions of games, and they're cheaper than Super Nintendo, so I'll be buying cheaper games if you just get me the Super Game Boy. It's a good investment. And then, immediately I started working on the N64 angle. And it's exhausting being a kid. But, so I would rent or sometimes buy other rare games, like And this would carry on, I mean, indefinitely, but before Diddy Kong Racing, I wasn't thinking, could this be DKU? I was just thinking, this might have some of the same charm. It might even contain clues to what they might do in a future Donkey Kong game, like Blast Corps. I remember Blast Corps renting that because it was an original property. So an original game. It wasn't like Killer Instinct Gold, which was just like scaling down Killer Instinct 2. It was its own thing, made for the N64. And I remember thinking, maybe there will be clues to Donkey Kong's N64 adventure in this. Not clues as in like you're gonna uncover like K. Rool up to something in the game, like that foreshadows DK64, but just like stuff they do, design, atmosphere, aesthetics. And so like Blast Corps had Simeon Acres. Could Simeon Acres be a location in Donkey Kong World?
Well, see, now I do sort of the inverse of this with Crash Bandicoot the Insane Trilogy, because I play it and I look at like the jungle assets especially, and I'm like, I wonder if that was originally conceptualized as part of a Donkey Kong game.
It was.
But like that foliage in particular.
Oh yeah,
was Donkey Kong once standing next to that?
Yeah, I think like some of the foliage, Josh, was indeed meant, but I don't know which ones in particular. So yeah.
Well, if you wanna give Crash another shot, maybe you could approach it from that angle.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's go. Let's make that a podcast.
Sure.
My first impressions of which trees might have been part of Donkey Kong Freedom. So, you know, after Diddy Kong Racing came out, this mentality obviously shifted from just like drinking down the backwash of Rare that I didn't really care about to sifting through the game because maybe it's DKU. Jet Force Gemini was one I had my eye on, thinking...
Sorry, drinking down the backwash sounds exactly like the title of a 2000s era DK Vine feature.
Yeah, I can see Drinking Down the Backwash by Andre Summers. Yeah. Like I can see that article. Like I can speed read it in my mind's eye right now. Yeah. Definitely. So yeah, like Jet Force Gemini was one I was like, it might have a character in there. And like, I wasn't even thinking in those terms until that game, because I was just thinking which Diddy Kong Racing characters will have their own game next. But then it became like, maybe there will be a character they'll just put in this game. And like, they won't be the star, but it'll be like a little cameo. And then, of course, Grab by the Ghoulies came out, and all bets were off from that point, where like more Rare games than not would get like ensnared by the shared universe concept, by the DKU. But back in those days, I felt like there was much more of a hardline division between Donkey Kong and everything else made by Rare. And like I said, I was still like resentful of the things that weren't Donkey Kong. I viewed Banjo-Kazooie as a slap in the face. Banjo-Kazooie, Josh. Like,
at what point did you actually was it Diddy Kong Racing that made you be like, okay, well, now that I see that this is relevant to Donkey Kong after all, like, was that when you became excited for Banjo-Kazooie, or did it take a little more after that?
No, that was it. It was like a switch was flipped in an instantaneous second. I saw Banjo and Conker in the screenshot for the character select screen. And I was at Elliot's house. It was his Nintendo Power. Because in those days, I didn't want to ride the bus home. My parents worked until 5. And so Elliot's mom just picked me up with Elliot from school. And we would just go back to his house for 2 hours. And then my mom or dad would pick me up from there. So it was his Nintendo Power. And that was I think the October, like cover dated October 97 issue. Extreme G was on the cover. Extreme G, which just came to NSO, by the way.
I'm pretty sure I had that one, yeah.
Yeah. and Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. You can play Extreme G, but on the very top of the cover, it said, like, introducing Diddy Kong Racing. Mm-hmm. And I was the first one to spot this on the cover. And I said, Elliot. And I just, like, I grabbed a magazine from him. And I was pointing. I was like, what is this? And we just, we tore into it. And there it was. And I saw we didn't see Banjo and Conker until we got into his living room in the hallway back to his bedroom. I remember exactly my positioning relative to his house. And I saw this. The curtains were drawn. It was very dark in the house for that time of day. That's a detail I remember as well. Anyway, I saw Banjo and Conker, and I just went off. I just started... Out of my mouth came the whole ethos of the DKU. How it was going to work.
It all just popped into your mind, fully formed.
It was already in my mind. I was already prepared for this contingency. And so I just started spilling. I was like, Elliot, you know what this means? Banjo-Kazooie, Conker's Quest. They are part of this world. They are part of this shared universe. They are part of the Donkey Kong universe. Elliot, you know what this means? That means Banjo-Kazooie will be a game that's part of this series, and that means any game that's spun off from Banjo-Kazooie will also be a part of this series, and that means, and I probably went, it was like probably baby's first Kongversation, because I just would not stop.
Yeah, it wasn't like that degree of a revelation for me, but I do think this was about the time where I sort of, like, it became clear to me that, like, Rare and Nintendo, as much as Rare might have defined what I thought of as the primary appeal of Nintendo, that they were actually in some way a separate entity from Nintendo proper. Yeah. That I always saw that, we've talked before, I saw the two as incredibly, incredibly linked. I could not imagine one without the other, and eventually I would have to. But yeah, at the time, like, I think it was Diddy Kong Racing, because like, I remember when the press release for it came out and, like, it hit the internet, and all the sites were reporting on it as, like, cause it was very quick. Like, I knew about Banjo-Kazooie and I knew about 12 Tales, and I was excited for those, cause, like, the N64 was, like, my primary console at this point. I played all the big games on it. I followed it very religiously. I was a Mario monk, to use the internet parlance of the time. But
hopefully not a mad Mario monk where you
not a mad Mario monk, no. But the way that news sites reported it was that, like, Banjo has been delayed. However, now we have Rare is instead making this, and this will be out for the holidays. And I think that was about the point where I was like, okay, so Rare is like a distinct thing then. And I was very excited about it.
They're apparently a powerhouse, and they can conjure up a completely new game in no time at all.
Exactly.
They're magic at Rare. Yeah, so it's funny you mentioned the buyout just now, because I also, when I kept reading and I saw that Diddy Kong Racing was going to be published by Rare, I remember saying, at this point we were in LA's bedroom and I was still going off. I was like pacing back and forth, like just basically like laying out the next 2.5 decades of my life. But
right.
I said, if Diddy Kong Racing is being published by Rare and not Nintendo, what does that mean for the character of Diddy Kong? What happens if one day Nintendo and Rare don't get along anymore, and Rare leaves Nintendo? And will Diddy Kong go with them?
See, that's amazing that you had, and I guess it was because, let's see, you would have been like, what, 13 or so at this time?
Yeah.
Like, you had a much better understanding of how this stuff worked than I did. Because, like I said, to me, the idea that Rare and Nintendo might one day have nothing to do with each other never even would have occurred to me. It never would have crossed my mind as a possibility.
I was thinking 15 to 20 to 30 years down the line. I wasn't thinking that was going to happen within 5 years. But yeah.
Yeah, jeez.
But again, like, when you're that age, 5 years does feel like 15 years. So basically.
Oh
true.
yeah,
But, yeah.
I mean, so that would have been like the other side of high school to you at that time. That would have been seemed
Right.
like forever.
Right. And you don't really want to think about that. I mean, some kids might, but for me, I did not want to grow up because I was a Toys R Us kid. I was very
Exactly.
much enjoying being a kid, and I did not want to grow up faster than I had to. So I was one of the kids who was like, I don't want to take my driver's test because
Oh.
driving means I'm growing up, and I love driving now, but it was very much something I wanted to put off because I was dreading.
I think people around our age in particular were sold what turned out we turned. I don't know if it was a bill of lies, but we certainly made it that way by being told that we would have to grow up and we would have to put away childish things, and we couldn't be interested in the things that we were interested in, and we it seems like we all collectively just said, nah, fuck that.
So, not to go back to our generations episode, Josh, but I really feel
Right.
like what kids are always sold as what adulthood is going to mean is always sold as what that, or rather like even what our teenage years were going to be is what it was for the generation that they're selling us to, but it's always evolving. So like what I thought being a teenager was going to be was what it was for Gen X or even boomers.
Oh yeah, for me, like when I was in elementary school, Nick at Night started airing the Wonder Years, and I had no real concept that this was like a period piece taking place in the 60s and early 70s. So to me, that I was like, okay, I'm gonna get to high school, and it's gonna look just like this.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I thought Saved by the Bell was an accurate documentary of what high school life is going to be like.
God, if only.
And I always thought like there was going to be like parties, like you go to parties, like somebody's parents were going to be out of town and there's going to be a big party at their house. And that never happened. Like parents were always around.
I think there were parties. I think I just wasn't invited to them at the time.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay.
That might be the issue.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with that, really.
Yeah. In retrospect, especially, it wasn't my scene.
No, yeah. And like it would always end with somebody being in trouble. And I was like, well, I don't want to do that. That seems kind of seems kind of like you're just asking to be punished at that point. But yeah, like nowadays, of course, I embrace all of Rare. Even if there are Rare games, I just can't get into, like Blastcore and Jet Force Gemini. I've tried, and they don't click with me for whatever reason.
And like that's totally cool. One thing that I sort of talked about a bit, and a YouTube channel called Good Vibes Gaming talked about a bit recently, was they put out a video called like "Don't Give Up on Games." Like especially if it's something that I feel like I should love. Like every couple of years, every couple of months, like depending, I'll go back to it and I'll give it another shot and I'll see maybe now it'll click, maybe now it'll make sense. And like, I just like Super Mario Sunshine, I have done that dozens of times over the years. Like one of these days it's gonna click for me. It's gonna work. 'Cause I always love these games and I don't love this one, and I'm gonna figure out why.
Well, yeah, like Super Mario Sunshine, you would think that would be the Mario 3D platformer that would be for me. Taking place on a tropical island, with a real defined sense of place. And yet I just can't. It's never worked for me, and I don't know what's wrong with me.
Well, I mean, Mario Sunshine has always been... Mario Sunshine sort of is to the 3D Mario series what Super Mario Bros. 2 was to the 2D one. It's the controversial one. It's the more divisive one. Like, nobody denies that it is a very good game, but like, how very good it is the thing that sort of comes into question.
But I love Super Mario Bros. 2, so you would think I would really dig Super Mario Sunshine.
Well, I mean, maybe this is more of an opportunity for you to understand how the other side feels about Mario 2.
There you go. But yeah, like, we discussed this on our recent Cul-de-sac episode, but, nowadays it's telling that even like the soft reboots of Rare franchises that weren't DKU, like Killer Instinct and Battletoads, those soft reboots became DKU. So I feel like Rare as a brand is more homogenized and unified these days. Maybe because there isn't just a mass glut of games always coming out with the Rare banner.
Right.
And like it would be shocking if Everwild wasn't DKU in some capacity, if that ever comes out. So, you know, it's like night and day compared to where I was as a kid or where I was when DK Vine was starting out, where it was very much like, well, we like Rare, but we like these Rare games, and those Rare games are kind of the enemy.
Yeah, like I don't think those Rare games were I saw as the enemy, but there was definitely a distinction and a divide there, and it was like the kind of stuff that I was super into versus the kind of stuff that the older kids were into.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
I would play GoldenEye and I would enjoy it just fine, but it was never going to hit me or be for me in the same way that like Banjo-Kazooie was.
Sure. Yeah. And yeah, I played GoldenEye the same as everybody else around that time. And it got me into James Bond. But
right.
It got me into James Bond because I played GoldenEye because it was a Rare game. And at that point, I had such affinity for the Rare brand that I was willing to just put up with it. Even if I was like gnashing my teeth, kind of a little bit jealous that everybody was going on about this game and not, say, Diddy Kong Racing a couple months later.
Yeah, see, I basically wasn't allowed to not play GoldenEye because for a while there, if you went over to a friend's house, his older brother would absolutely 100% make both of you play GoldenEye with him and absolutely destroy you and think that was just the best thing.
Yeah. I guess I was just happy that everybody was talking about Rare, and it was like, you could say like, Rare's a great studio and everybody would agree with you, even though you were secretly thinking about Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong or Banjo-Kazooie, and they were thinking about GoldenEye, but whatever, you know. just grin, smile, nod, and enjoy the moment.
Maybe the new Perfect Dark will be DKU.
We brought up that possibility, you know.
Yeah.
You could do it. I would be for it. Let's just make them all DKU.
I'm not holding my breath, but
I'm not.
But it would be.
I'm
cool.
not. But yeah, you could get somebody like from Killer Instinct 2013 in there. We would count that. So this is a non-video game example, Josh.
Sure.
Going to theme parks was a way that I could kind of tap into my love for Donkey Kong and the DKU when I was waiting for a new game, because I think this is why Donkey Kong Country at Super Nintendo World is actually very meaningful for me. This long earned validation as a fan, because a large part of trying to sustain myself on Donkey Kong Country style vibes wasn't found within video games themselves. It was out there in the world. And, you know, I've talked about, like, I grew up in Virginia, still live in Virginia today, but two of the major theme parks here in Virginia that kids would always go to and would be part of their foundational experience is Busch Gardens and King's Dominion. And King's Dominion in particular used to be owned by Paramount Studios, and at that time in the 90s, they would have movie-themed rides and areas. The whole park would be themed around Paramount properties. So that would include a lot of weird stuff. Because like Paramount had Star Trek, but there weren't any Star Trek rides. You would think, oh yeah, where's the Star Trek ride? Well, we don't have any Star Trek rides. Even though that would probably
that does, especially as hot as the brand was in the 90s.
Yeah, weirdly enough, there were some non-Paramount movie properties at King's Dominion, like James Bond. They had a James Bond, kind of like a motion ride, like a moving theater seats ride in the late 90s, like right around the time of GoldenEye, and it was based on Pierce Brosnan's Bond, and they even got Dame Judi Dench to record the Q Line video. So Judi Dench would be giving you your instructions for your mission, which would be the ride. I think the premise was you're testing out new technology for Q branch, and they were like goggles that James Bond was wearing while he's in the field. And so you're basically living vicariously through James Bond. And that was the ride. Anyway, that's besides the point. I just find it very amusing that my introduction, or one of my first exposures to Judi Dench, was in a theme park Q line ride in Virginia.
Now, not for me, obviously. I know who you're talking about, but for the benefit of our listeners, who is that?
Who is Dame Judi Dench?
Yes.
She is a renowned actor, British actor. She played M in the James Bond movies of the Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig eras. She's been in numerous productions and theater and. Do I? Okay.
Listen, I know Danica Patrick. It is because she was in a Sonic game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Has she ever been in maybe like a Daytona USA or anything like that?
No. Judi Dench's M was in GoldenEye. I don't think she was playable in GoldenEye though. You couldn't shoot people as her though. I don't think. Anyway.
Yeah. I feel like I would at least have a face if she had been.
So I say all this because Paramount, it was fully movie themed. And so they had a section in the park, and the section still exists today, even though everything's been unbranded from Paramount since then. They had a section in the park that was based on the 1995 movie Congo.
I see where this is going.
Yeah, based on the Michael Crichton book, they were like, we're going to adapt another Michael Crichton book because Jurassic Park was such a phenomenal worldwide success. What else you got, Michael Crichton? Well, I got this book, Congo. Yes, we're going to be rich. And it flopped horribly. But King's Dominion, Paramount, they were like, Congo's going to be huge. We need a theme park section for Congo. Everybody's going to want to come to King's Dominion to experience the thrills of the 1995 blockbuster hit Congo. So it stuck around a shockingly long time after nobody remembered the movie. But you would have this jungle section based on Congo, and of course, Congo is like the Congo jungle, Josh. So I remember going there and I remember thinking, what if this was actually based on Donkey Kong? What if there was a Donkey Kong theme park or a section of a theme park that was based on Donkey Kong? And pie in the sky, because Nintendo would never have a theme park, right?
I mean, it would have seemed complete, like, even as big as Nintendo was at that time, yeah, like, the idea that video games could cross over into the mainstream to the point that would be viable would have seemed completely ludicrous at the time.
Yeah, I agree. It really was. And it was kind of just this full of fantasy, like, what if it got big enough that we would have a Nintendo Land? And one of the sections of Nintendo Land would be Donkey Kong Island. How cool would that be? And elsewhere in the park, there would be like these vintage wooden roller coasters. I've mentioned this before in the conversation, but what like my favorite at the time was one called the Grizzly. It's still in operation today. I actually looked it up. I've been to King's Dominion in years, but I looked this up. I went to their website to see, does this stuff still exist? And the Grizzly still exists. They still have the jungle section. It's just not the Congo jungle. But a big, huge, fun part of going to these theme parks was imagining I was actually at a Donkey Kong Country theme park, and imagining I was like Diddy Kong on a runaway minecart on Donkey Kong Island, or at the very least, riding a minecart roller coaster at a Donkey Kong Country theme park.
So it had a minecart roller coaster then?
I mean, it wasn't a minecart roller coaster, but it felt like it could be a minecart roller coaster. It was just a wooden roller coaster, but there's this one section where it goes in this tunnel. And it felt like, for a brief second, you're in a mine.
Yeah, well, the Tennessee equivalent to Virginia's Busch Gardens must surely be Dollywood, then. And when I was a kid, I didn't get to go to theme parks very often because my parents were like, they're like Southern hippies. They didn't like crowds. They liked hiking. Any vacation involved, lots of sightseeing, lots of hiking, lots of absolutely not going to to any touristy type locations.
But
which,
Josh, there's lots of hiking there. So you just go to Dollywood one day and you spend the rest of the time hiking.
Well, I would try to convince them to do that, but no, they'd be like, no, we need to go over here. We need to go on the Appalachian Trail. We need to, and like, I liked hiking just fine, but I think, how sometimes like the kinds of stuff that your parents don't like to do and therefore you don't get to do, that becomes the stuff that you really like. I think that's kind of what happened with me because, now I always make a point, like, I love big crowds. I love going to touristy areas and like just taking in that disgusting atmosphere.
See,
but
anyway, I hate it. I hate crowds. I have anxiety attacks in the grocery store, but like I can suck it up if it's something fun or something novel. Eventually, I think I hit my threshold. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to like go back to the car, or if I'm somewhere that I have to spend a night, my hotel room. But like I can do it in sustained burst.
Sure. But
no more than that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying even I could just go and go forever, but I do think I have a pretty high threshold for that sort of thing. But when I was a little bit older, that's when I got to go to Dollywood for myself, and they had a ride called the Mystery Mine, and it is a minecart roller coaster.
Nice.
And I remember like the best part of the whole experience, like I rode this thing over and over and over again while I was there. And the best part of it was this section where like you come to this drop off and then like what seems to be an explosion happens right in front of you. And like you can feel the heat from the fire. It's like a legitimate fire effect.
Yeah.
And very much like you, like even then, even like in my early 20s experiencing this, I was like, oh my god, this is just like Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah. Because, Donkey Kong Country is full of all these pulpy, I keep saying tropes, but it's true. Like, a large part of Donkey Kong Country is based on Indiana Jones, and Indiana Jones is based on the serials of the 1930s, not the breakfast cereals and like the cinematic cereals. And
speaking of masturbation, Kellogg's had some opinions about that.
Right, and I love cornflakes, and that's never stopped me. So, but and it's just the serials of the 1930s were based on the pulp stories before that, and it just continually referencing each other. But yeah, like there's so much great stuff in Donkey Kong Country that can be adapted into the theme park experience, and I think that's partially why it was such an obvious choice for Super Nintendo World. Like you get a lot of people outside of our fandom like, why are they doing Donkey Kong? And it's ignoring the fact that Nintendo and Shigeru Miyamoto want to do stuff with Donkey Kong. I'm seeing so many YouTube videos recommended to me lately. Like, what happened to Donkey Kong? Why does Nintendo not care about Donkey Kong? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Of course they care about Donkey Kong. It's this weird disconnect between what I'm seeing and what we're talking about in the conversation and what like mainstream Nintendo fandom is processing.
Yeah, I know what you mean about that disconnect. Like, the other day I got on YouTube, and like my recommendations were full of like incredibly incendiary Sonic videos, and I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, oh, I'm not signed into my main account where I've clicked do not recommend this over and over and over again.
So, yeah, but beyond just Nintendo wanting to build up the Donkey Kong brand, which they do. Donkey Kong Country is just so perfect for the theme park. I mean, I saw it as a kid. I saw it as a teenager. I saw it as a young adult just going there. And that the fact that it's actually happening, it still seems a little bit unreal because this is what I've wanted for so long. And we're getting a legitimate Donkey Kong minecart roller coaster called Minecart Madness. Yeah, like,
yeah,
it's everything I wanted as a kid.
And everything, like I said earlier, the idea that this would be feasible never would have occurred. Like, it was like an incredibly exciting event to me when a cartoon that I watched referenced a video game, because that so rarely happened.
Yeah, like The Simpsons had Donkey Kong on a couple times, but there's the specific one, the Christmas episode, where Bart wanted the video game and he stole it, and you know his subconscious was like talking to him in the form of all these video game characters, and what was clearly like the Donkey Kong Country Donkey Kong strolled out before Sonic did, and I was just like, whoa.
Exactly. Like, I remember learning about that episode too and having that same reaction. Because the mainstream, by and large, just was not unaware of video games, but they certainly didn't know. They didn't have a lot of, like, understanding of them, really. And I think it's because, like, especially when it came to, like, kids' cartoons, the people who were making kids' cartoons in the 90s wouldn't have grown up with video games. So, like, you know, the Angry Beavers will reference 1960s horror movies, but the people making them don't have much of a background in gaming, so it's just not part of their foundation.
It's the classic image of like characters playing a video game, and it's like this big joystick.
That used to piss me off so much.
Yeah. And there's like sound effects that clearly do not match any button mashing that's going on with the character. And I'm just, what is this? Like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard to pantomime playing a video game.
It's usually Atari 2600 Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Was usually the sound effects they'd pull from.
Like, even Frasier had an episode where his son came over, like, to spend the week, and he was playing a video game in the bedroom, and it was just not anything like what a video game would be in the late 90s. And, like...
But Drew Carey had a Sega Saturn on the Drew Carey Show. And I could always hang on to that if nothing else. I did know one other person with a Saturn.
They referenced Banjo-Kazooie on Boy Meets World once.
Did they? Where was that at?
It was one of the later seasons. It was kind of a very, like, ham-fisted reference where, like, Corey's little sister had a friend or somebody over, and they were like, "Oh, do you have Banjo-Kazooie? Will you show me how to get to the witch's lair or something?" I was like, what do you mean? Like the area you go into right after Spiral Mountain?
Yeah, but like even that was so novel. It's like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
But, and you know, and then eventually you get Community like referencing Quox the parrot. So like, we've come a long way since then.
We really have. Yeah. That's what we mean when we say the idea that a theme park could exist based around a video game property would have been completely inconceivable. But, yes. I mean, I do think you're onto something there that, like, Donkey Kong has extremely broad appeal, not just in terms of, like, how recognizable the character is, but, like, even if you don't know who the character is, the aesthetic is very familiar.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's so adaptable in that form that, like I keep saying, people are going to go to that park. They're going to become Donkey Kong fans because they're going to want to take that park experience home with them. So, yeah, I'm like thinking back to kid me, pretending I was on a minecart roller coaster and just thinking, well, next year. next year I can actually do it as a busted 40-year-old.
But I mean, look at how far we've come. Look at where we started.
Right.
And look at
Right.
where we are.
Hard-earned victories. Now, going back to video game examples of how I would deal with DKU droughts, this ties in because I would leave the theme park and I would be inspired. My imagination would still be going into overdrive, like, what would a Donkey Kong Country theme park be like? And so I would, from 1999 on, or I guess the year 2000 on, because I got this in Christmas 1999, I would get the itch. I would have the urge to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, the theme park simulation game for the PC. It's on Steam now, actually, like the whole series. But usually, like I would play it and then I would lose interest. But then I would go to a theme park and I would imagine all the possibilities for a DKU theme park or section of a theme park, and I would really want the godlike ability to create it myself. And so I would dust off Roller Coaster Tycoon, and this is something I've done into the modern day. Like I dig out Roller Coaster Tycoon, the original one, and I still play it after I visit a theme park because I'm like, I want to create a theme park based on my own personal preferences and idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, it just ignites the spark.
Yeah. And so I get really into it for like a month. And then usually what happens is my ambitions outstrip what's actually possible in the game, and it all just falls apart. Like I'll build a roller coaster that's just too intricate, and it just causes all the people on it to black out. And, then it's a huge fiasco and nobody wants to ride it. And I've sunk all my money into this and game over.
That's actually a very humane way to do assisted suicide.
Yeah, right. Which is why I call it the Wrinkly Kong.
Oh, God.
But yeah, like, it's a recurring motif I've gravitated to over the years while playing Roller Coaster Tycoon is, what if I created my own DKU inspired park? And like I said, I first got this Christmas 99. So this was decades before the reality of a Donkey Kong Country theme park section, came to light. So sometimes I would go full on fantasy with it, and I would imagine an actual Donkey Kong universe theme park. No Mario, get that shit out of here. Regardless of who owns what when. Like, I would have a Donkey Kong Country section called Donkey Kong Island. I would have a Spiral Mountain, Timbers Island, Willow Woods even. If I want a spooky area, Ghoulhaven Hall, put a little haunted house in there.
Now, in your idealized fantasy version, could Mario have a section of the Donkey Kong theme park? Could he have a seat at the table?
The shooting gallery.
There you go.
Yeah. Shoot him with coconut guns, or just decapitate him and send his remains to Nintendo.
No hesitation there, geez.
Yeah, I'm consistent. But other times I'm like, no, I want to work within the parameters of reality because that's more of a creative challenge. And so, like, the idea would be Nintendo is contracting me to do a Donkey Kong theme park, and it has to be solely Nintendo-owned properties within. So in that case, I just keep it to Donkey Kong, although I could still potentially bring in Tricky from Star Fox and have him and Crunch host a go-kart area, so still getting some Diddy Kong Racing in there through the back door.
Through the back door and down with the back wash.
Right. So yeah, like I think I was like, the last time I really got into Roller Coaster Tycoon was maybe 2019. And then I just I don't know, the pandemic happened, and I was like, I don't want crowds of people even on my computer screen, so I stopped.
Yeah, there were some games that became oddly much more difficult to play during that time. I know what you mean. I never got into Roller Coaster Tycoon myself. Like, you know, you said earlier that playing Sonic, it was just, or Sega games in general, I guess, were sometimes felt too frantic. I think Roller Coaster Tycoon was almost the inverse for me, in that I was like, this is very cerebral. Like, I need more action than this. I don't want to be creative. I want to be a chaotic, like, wrecking ball. But
any non-DKU games that I actually find appealing are simulations and things that give me like unlimited creative potential. SimCity, you know, I go through SimCity phases. I got into The Sims when that was new, but eventually it just became depressing because I was spending more time focused on building up this fictional life, and I was ignoring my own, and I just kind of had to walk away from it. But yeah, like I find those far more appealing than just playing other video games if they're non-DKU, because they're actively engaging my imagination and the creative center of my brain.
yeah, I think that's like we've talked a lot on this show as well about how we sort of come at we both love the DKU. We both absolutely love this stuff, but we come at it from a very different perspective, and that's not a bad thing for us. That like we each see things that the other doesn't pick up on. But you know, the way that manifests in the way that we approach this stuff is that, like, when I pick up Donkey Kong Country 2, my goal is to go from the start to the finish as fast as possible. I'm like, I've beaten that entire game in under an hour with intent. Like, that's my goal was to do that. And then, you know, you do Twitch streams called DKU Games Done Slow.
DK Vine done slow, but yes, thank you.
DK Vine done slow, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is like, how long can I take? How
Right.
long can I luxuriate in this world that I love? So here's the lamest answer I've got for how I deal with DKU droughts. And I'm sorry it's so stupid. I'm sorry it's so insulting, even. But
we're gonna hear something that's lamer than jungle spelling. Here we go.
Spelling jungle. Come on, Josh.
Spelling jungle.
Come on.
I was introduced to the concept like an hour and a half ago.
I know, but it's such a memorable game. You should already be
Spelling jungle.
spelling jungle. You should already be
Spelling
figuring
jungle.
out how to do the fan site for it. Now, obviously, some of you out there will be living in a city. You don't have any transportation, any way of getting out into the wilderness, and that's perfectly understandable. And I'm loath to tell our listeners to get out and touch grass. I find that insulting. But one of the reasons I love the DKU, and I still love it to this day, one of the driving reasons why it's my franchise, or collection of franchises, really, is the ecological message of it. The focus on the environment and the celebration of nature. Because I've always had an affinity for nature. I didn't have hippie parents like you, Josh, but they did, like, take me hiking. And I always enjoyed it. I've always loved it since I was a little kid. But these games reinforced that for me, and it made hiking all the more special for me. The feedback loop, as I said. And when I became a vegetarian over 20 years ago, you go through like this week or two where you feel worse because your body is adjusting to not having what's been a staple of your diet, and then all of a sudden. This happens for most people who like go vegetarian or vegan. It's a common thing where you go through this period of feeling like shit, and then all of a sudden you have an abundance of energy that you've never had before. And you're like, what am I going to do with this? How am I going to channel this? I feel frantic right now. And that led me to become an avid hiker in my young adult years. Like I just picked it up, and I would feel like I was losing my mind if I couldn't get out at least once a week and go for a hike. And So yeah, I would also be bypassing Dollywood. Sorry.
Well, that's fine. You do end up walking a lot at Dollywood anyway, but
Yeah.
not like that.
It's another wonderful thing that I really do enjoy about having grown up in Virginia, because you've got mountains on one side, you've got beaches on the other, in between you've got marshland, like you've got waterfalls, you've just got so much, if you love the outdoors, so much variety, like without having to travel very far. And so it's been a terrific place to really like spend most of my life. Like the whole idea of these E3 bear hikes that I would go on before E3 really gets going was just an excuse to head into the mountains, really. Like the E3 2010 was the first time I did this, where to like calm my anxiety before the Nintendo Direct, or not Nintendo Direct, just the Nintendo press conference, predating
Right.
Nintendo Directs, because there were all these rumors the weekend beforehand that there was going to be a new Donkey Kong game. And like all of a sudden, like everybody was reinvested. Everybody was just coming back to DK Vine. We were hanging out on the forum, speculating into the wee hours of the morning. And I was like, wow, I really want this. And so that morning I woke up early, didn't have to work that day. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go for an early morning hike and really get out into nature, get some good mojo going, before this press conference, before like the hammer drops on the last remaining vestiges of my Donkey Kong fandom. And I find out there isn't a new Donkey Kong game in the works, and we shut down DK Vine in a couple of months because the server was up for renewal and we weren't going to do it because what's the point? And I went.
I don't know if I've ever heard that it came that close.
It did. It like Donkey Kong Country Returns saved DK Vine. So I went hiking and saw a bear, and I was like, it's an omen. And I don't believe in omens or anything like that. I don't believe in fate or destiny or anything, but it just felt special to me. And
right. Yeah.
sure enough, I came back and like an hour to spare. And then the infamous, if you listen, you can hear it coming. And the rest is history. But yeah, like just getting out into nature and experiencing it for yourself. Just like going to a theme park and pretending you're on a minecart roller coaster. It's kind of the same thing. You can kind of just, even if you're not actively imagining you're in a Donkey Kong Country game, you're feeling a lot of the same feelings. And I recommend it for people, really, if you can. If you're able to, and you're in proximity, go for a walk in the woods. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, what that sort of reminds me of, and this is sort of tangentially related, I suppose. In my neighborhood at one time, when I was a kid, it was so standardized and so understood that when a thunderstorm happens, we are going to go outside and we're going to go into the road and we're going to play Donkey Kong Country, as in, you know, I'm Diddy Kong, you're Donkey Kong, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We had to come up with other Kongs so that other kids would have characters to be, so we used the 2-player Kong contest variants and considered these separate characters. But it was so standardized that that's what we were gonna do, that like, we wouldn't even be together and a thunderstorm would happen and I would go outside and other kids would already be there. Because this is what happens when it thunderstorms. We go outside and we run around in the thunderstorm and we play Donkey Kong Country.
Just because of, like, Ropey Rampage or whatever?
Ropey Rampage, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, why couldn't some kids be armies? Or, you know, critters? Or
Everybody wanted to be a Kong.
I guess, yeah.
Most people wanted to be Diddy.
I mean, fair. That was me. Yeah, I always wanted to be
yeah.
Diddy. But yeah, like, for me, like, I've always had this almost spiritual connection to nature, and that's what drew me to Donkey Kong Country. But when I'm really left wanting for the feeling of Donkey Kong Country, sometimes I realize I'm actually just needing to get back out into nature because I'm unplugged and I need to kind of get back into that feeling where when I'm in the forest, everything makes sense. As like aloof as that sounds, like I'm out there and the world actually is understood by me. Because all the bullshit artifice of our society, of our culture, of the world we've created just melts away. And I'm like surrounded by what's true, I guess. And it's just very life affirming. And
I haven't gone hiking in quite some time, but you are selling me on it.
Yeah. Let me tell you, the time I was chased by that mother bear was the best day of my life.
I mean, I guess I don't think that's like hyperbole exactly.
No,
I think there's a genuine case to be made there.
I loved it. Now, I don't recommend it. This isn't me saying go out and get between a mother bear and her cubs because it's dumb. It's stupid. It was
However,
a matter...
if you do it, maybe they'll announce a new Donkey Kong Country game.
Right. No, I mean, that's the jackpot. That'll get you a new Banjo-Kazooie game at that point. But, what happened was I turned the corner and on one side of the trail was a cub. On the other side of the trail, the mother bear. And so I was inadvertently between them. And I'm always on guard when I'm hiking. Not on guard. The swordfish, that would be weird. Like that, I would be on guard if I was in the ocean. But
right.
when you're like hiking, you're always on alert. If you're in bear country. And yeah, it was just bad luck because it was a blind corner, turned, and then I was where I was. The mother bear went off and just galloped at me, and I just ran, and the easiest thing to do was roll down the Rocky Mountain hill to my left to get away. And, got cut up, got scrapes, and it was the ultimate real-life DKU adventure, and it was magical.
Yeah, getting a few scrapes is worth not getting caught by a bear.
Yeah, and you have a story to tell the rest of your life, so... And, I will say really quick, another thing that I do, another coping mechanism, if you will, is just imagining what a new game will be like. Fantasizing about the next Donkey Kong game, or a Banjo-Kazooie game, or even a Conker game, or a Star Fox game that actually acknowledges continuity beyond Star Fox 64. That's the pipe dream right there. Or just a big crossover, a DKU crossover. It's something I habitually do. I can't help myself when I'm driving and like the road hypnosis takes over and my brain just starts drifting in this like meditative state. Yeah, I imagine...
I think we had a good conversation about this a couple years ago about like the imagining the E3 where everything breaks our way.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, like that is actually something my brain actively does. I don't have to try. It's not something like, all right, now it's pretend time. I'm going to go into my imagination zone. No, it just, when I'm able to shut down my brain to the point where I do kind of just drift off into this nebulous state of being, this is what pops in my head. Trailers for non-existent games that I would love to see. And sometimes my fantasies come true. Like when I wanted Banjo and Kazooie and Smash Ultimate, I was like daydreaming about the trailer that would announce them, and it would celebrate their connection to Donkey Kong. And sure enough, we got that, and more than I thought we would. So...
yeah, we've talked many times before about how like that trailer was like better than the best case scenario. Like I don't think that the whole DK Vine staff working together could have come up with anything that, like, within the limits of Smash Ultimate, of course, that did it better than that.
Yeah, for sure. And then my final example that I go to, and then we'll take some calls, and then we'll talk about a couple other games. But my final example, Josh, starting a Donkey Kong website.
Why not give it a try?
DK Vine has given me, no pun intended, the ultimate way to express my love and admiration for these games, for this shared universe, and for the talents and minds behind them. And, I'm continually challenged by DK Vine. It has kept me engaged, and it's kept me going for 25 years now next month. So, like, having this outlet, it leads me to continually find new things about the games that I love. It leads me to re-examine them and pore over the details. And rather than just waiting for the next game and leaving what exists on the shelf, I'm having to go back to them for my job. And the more I write about the DKU, the more I fall in love with the DKU. And, if I can provide that engagement for other fans of these games or these characters, so that they're not sitting by their lonesome playing fucking Spelling Jungle or whatever the equivalent of it would be in 2024, trying to imagine a Donkey Kong Country game out of thin air, then, I'm happy I can do that. Like, DK Vine is the resource and the celebration of these games that I so desperately wanted to really have as a kid. Another thing I've talked about before, but from late 94 to 1999, I would always fantasize about having a platform like DK Vine where, like, I could talk with fans of the series, like, reach out to like-minded weirdos, so to say. And I would even, like, staple together these very crude, hand-drawn and handwritten, I guess, mock fanzines for Donkey Kong Country in 95 and 96, like 2 or 3 pages long, but it would just be like this fantasy that I was concocting a resource that I really wanted for myself. Like, Nintendo Power only got me so far because, yeah, I recognize Nintendo Power as very pleasing propaganda, but what if you could cut away all of the chaff of, like, Mario and Zelda and Pokemon eventually, and just have it be about Donkey Kong and then Banjo-Kazooie and Conquer after that? And, like, who needs all those articles about other games? Why are you just talking about the good stuff? And, like I said, I don't believe in destiny, but if there is destiny, I hadn't realized it at the time that was my destiny, that what I was looking for, I would just have to help make myself. And
see, that's so cool because, like, I remember, and I've always wished I could find this, but when I was a kid, one time I was like, I would put in a VHS tape, and I would play, like, a section of Sonic Adventure. And then I would pull out that VHS tape from the VCR and put it in the camcorder and record myself talking about what I had just played. And, like, kind of like, and I realized, I haven't seen this, like, probably since the year I did it, but I remember that and I was like, that was, I was pretty much doing what I would eventually end up doing, like, for real.
For sure.
Cause, like,
yeah.
Even though the means weren't there yet, even though, like, online video was extremely nascent at that time, like, the desire to do it was still there.
Yeah.
And, you said, like, DK Vine was the sort of haven that you wanted as a kid. It was the sort of community that you wanted as a kid. And, like, for me as a kid, it is exactly what you gave to me. You gave my childhood what you wanted. And, like, I remember, even though I was still very much a kid and I was still very much growing up when I found DK Vine, the DKC games already felt like they were, kid time is weird and long, and everything feels like it takes a million years. So they already felt like a very, very long time ago. They already felt like the sort of games that I had grown up with, and I was already nostalgic for them. But like rediscovering them through the eyes of the fandom and of the community and of DK Von in particular gave me like, it reignited my interest in them and brought me back to those days with my friends, out in the street playing Donkey Kong Country in a thunderstorm.
Right. Yeah, and I'm glad to hear that. I mean, honestly, but it is just it's funny how we were both having this like mechanical urge to create what we would eventually help create. And we didn't have the knowledge or the means or even the infrastructure at the time to do it, but we very much had the ideas. Like for me, like the idea was a newsletter. I didn't know the term fanzine yet, but
right.
It was just like the only thing I knew how to communicate to people outside of television were magazines. And so like that was my idea. Like, oh, what if I had somehow my own platform, and like websites, even though I like vaguely knew of them, they seemed so like outside of my realm. Like, how would I ever do that? That's beyond me. I know paper. I understand paper and staples and glue, but computers, what? Anyway, but yeah, it's something I would recommend for people. If you're really passionate about something, is find a way, and people do this with fan art and projects and videos. Like, other people are doing it, obviously. And they're doing it in far more impressive ways than I do it. But it is just like, if you can find a way to positively interact and engage and celebrate what you love without having it eat away at you that there isn't a new game yet, do it. Please. Like, it's all about what joy this brings to you and not despair and misery.
Yeah, like, the joke with the Kongversation is always that people will, like, see your episode number count and be like, how do you get, like, 1,200 episodes out of this? And the answer is always, well, first, it's numbered like television seasons. But secondly, like, if you know Hyle, he's really just scratching the surface here. Like, there is no limit to where this can go.
Yeah, it really, like, it is, like, I feel like I could do this the rest of my life. And I make jokes about doing it beyond death because I do feel like one lifetime isn't enough to adequately cover it. And even if we had no new games from this point on, if it just stopped, I would still be able to do it for sure.
No, I have absolutely no doubt. When you say, I feel like I could, like, as somebody who I feel like I know you pretty well, I'm like, no, you could. I know you could.
And like, some of this I want to save for our eventual 25th anniversary episode towards the end of next month. But for me, it's like the ultimate creative challenge too, because it's one thing to have a full like blank canvas and say create. That's almost too much freedom. For me, the really fun creative challenges is when you have to work within parameters. Right. And it's like, okay, create, but it has to be about the DKU. And while other people would just like be like, ugh, what? No. I'm like, ooh, okay, that's challenging. How am I gonna make stuff for the DKU every single day of my life?
Yeah, and like, that's what makes the rules themselves interesting. That's what makes the tribunal episodes interesting. Because it's like, how, like, can we argue that this is or is not, that this doesn't fit the parameters? Yeah,
exactly. Like, we need structure. We need to be bound by laws and rules. And I'm just thinking about the news again. I'm sorry. We should probably take some calls, Josh.
Right on. Probably.
Yes. Because
more than 3 hours in. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for us that we're getting to the calls only 3 hours in. We're
pretty constrained today. We're keeping it pithy. We're we're not going on too long, but yeah, let's go ahead and play our first call. And I'm curious what our listeners feel like when it comes to these droughts and how they get by. Hopefully nobody has played Spelling Jungle. I really don't wish that upon anybody, but we'll see. We'll see.
Hello once again to Hyle. Hello once again to Josh. Wonderful to see your beautiful faces again, in spirit. So, today, we're talking about Donkey Kong Droughts. And to do that, I'd like to regale you with the history of me and the Donkey Kong Country franchise. Real quick, it won't take too long. As a child of the 2000s, I was first introduced to DK as one of Mario's buddies. He was in all the card games, all the party games. That's where I knew him from. I didn't know what a country was. When Returns came out in 2010, I said, oh hey, the funny Mario monkey got his own game. That's cool. I played it. I don't think I got past level 2. It was 2010. I was 8 years old. It was too tough for me. So I couldn't do it. A couple years later, Tropical Freeze came out. And even though I was older and wiser, I still look at it and said, oh, the monkey that kicked my ass a few years ago? No. You keep your Donkey Kong. Right? So I didn't even bother with it. I just knew I couldn't hack it. Which I kind of regret in hindsight. I would have loved that game back in the day. But, whatever. So I really, really got into DKC in 2020. COVID lockdowns, that fun time. I was bored. I needed something to do. I got Tropical Freeze on my Switch. I fell in love. I managed to get my hands on Diddy's Conquest. I fell in love even harder. I love these monkeys now. And that was also around the time when the Geek critique videos got me into Sonic. So I guess both of you bastards got me. And a few months later, in 2021, we started getting rumors. That was when those rumors about a new EPD Donkey Kong game started coming up. So I thought, oh, I came in at the perfect time. We're about to get a new Donkey Kong game. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. We're not there yet. So I guess this is my first Donkey Kong drought, And it could be worse. There's Donkey Kong stuff. He was in a movie that I loved. They're getting a theme park that I'm trying to get to, right? They just announced Returns HD, which sure is a 14-year-old game, but it's still a good one, right? Maybe I'll get past level 2 this time. This is my first DK drought. It's an interesting one. I definitely feel like it could have been worse. I feel bad for you guys who are trucking it along back in 2007, maybe? I don't know. Fun times. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you for the call. That's a very unique perspective for us, at least.
I love the fact that we're getting to the point now where people will describe 2014 as back in the day.
It's all relative, Josh. Time,
yep.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. But yes, this phenomenon of Donkey Kong Country Returns being too hard is true. I do remember.
No, I hear that a lot in the comments on my Retro Studios DKC videos. That I got this when I was a kid and I didn't make it past the first world.
It's why I'm really hoping, assuming that EPD they kept to it and actually did do the Donkey Kong game and it wasn't outsourced to another studio. But I'm hoping the Donkey Kong game comes out relatively soon and is much easier than Returns, because as much as it's good that they're getting Returns HD back out there to tie into the theme park, there's got to be an easier Donkey Kong game on store shelves to really pull in the youth, the actual kids. Because Donkey Kong Country, the original, it was challenging, but it hit me right at the time where I could start playing a challenging game like that, but it wasn't as hard as Returns, I think.
Now, I've also gotten comments from kids who did get into Returns and did get into Tropical Freeze, and both of those games are they played them so much and at such a formative age that they don't even think about how difficult they are. And then they'll tell me that and then they went and played the Super Nintendo trilogy, and it's you guys are crazy, these are much harder.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, but
it is, like you said, all relative.
Yes. So I do, like, as much as I kind of get off on the idea of Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong games being like the advanced platforming games, like, okay, well, you cut your teeth, your baby teeth on Mario. Now here's the real experience. Like, here's what you graduate to.
Right.
As much as I like that, I realize it doesn't really bring in lifelong fans from an early age. So, yeah, maybe we should dial that back just a little bit. Like, maybe still make harder Donkey Kong games for sure, but just be like what I wanted Rare to be like in a day, a Donkey Kong factory. Just make them. Just make them.
I would
so
be
fast.
I don't think there's any chance that an EPD developed Donkey Kong game is going to be anywhere near as like difficult as Returns and Tropical Freeze were, particularly not all the way through. I think it would probably have some like extremely difficult end game challenges, but I think by and large the adventure itself would have, a nice easier difficulty curve.
Yeah, I do think that's what the series needs. But I'm sorry to our caller that you are in your first Donkey Kong drought. You never forget your first. Like I remember mine. It was from Donkey Kong Country 2 to Donkey Kong Land 2, 9 months.
I think the first one that I felt was DK Land 3. I did have Land 3 eventually after a spell, but it was DK Land 3 to DK 64. That was a pretty good chunk there.
It was, but even then I had Diddy Kong Racing and then Banjo-Kazooie. Like Donkey Kong 64.
That's true.
Donkey Kong 64 was my most wanted game of all time. And it was kind of reaching a fever pitch to the point where I had to help co-create a Donkey Kong website to get it out of my system. But I definitely had a lot of good stuff in the wait. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been. All right, let's go ahead and play our second call.
Caller number 2.
What's going on, DK Vine? It's John Tessier here, calling in for another episode of the Kongversation. So this week we're talking about video game droughts. I think I've said it on past conversations before, but I'm a really, really big Star Fox fan. It's probably my number one series. And it's seeming we're kind of just at the start of our little video game drought. It doesn't look like Star Fox is gonna get a new game for quite a while after Star Fox Zero. I don't think it's dead. I don't think the franchise is completely dead. I don't think any big Nintendo franchise is dead. Like, look at F-Zero 99. So, but I'm just wondering if you guys have any advice for a Star Fox fan who is just starting this video game drought. We might not get another Star Fox game for 10 years. Who knows? It's just, it is a little sad. It's a little, I get negative about it. I'm trying to be positive about it, but you don't know. You get that sadness sometimes. And do you think we'll ever get a return to either Crystal or Tricky? I think it is possible. Like, somewhere in the future. I'm not going to say that's going to happen anytime soon, but a Star Fox game where Crystal and Tricky return, I think that is in the cards somewhere down the line. I don't know, but I could sure use some hope if you guys could give me some advice for going through a video game drought. All right, have a good one, guys. Can't wait to listen to the episode. See ya.
Well, thank you for the call, John. Josh, what would you say, first of all, to the suffering Star Fox fanatic?
Well, first of all, this is another excellent example of time being very relative, because you say, we're just at the start of the Star Fox drought. We might not get a Star Fox game for 10 years. And buddy, Star Fox Zero was 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't feel like it, but it was.
Star Fox Zero was after Tropical Freeze, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was my first E3, by the way, E3 2015. That was the E3 of Star Fox Zero on Nintendo's side and Rare Replay on the Xbox side.
Well, even as one of the internet's only Star Fox Zero defenders, I think Rare did get the better end of that deal. As far as Star Fox goes, though, for one thing, Recently, I too have been feeling the ennui for a new Star Fox game, and so I went and picked up on Wii U. Very nice. I went and picked up Starlink, the Nintendo Switch. I'm not even sure what it is because I haven't actually played it yet, but it's readily available. Nobody wants it. Like, you can get it for like $10 to $20 right now. It's some sort of a Toys to Life thing, and Fox is there, and there's an R-Wing, and I'll have to report back. I don't think if it had anything at all to do with the DKU, you would know. But
there's a reference. That's all I'll say.
There is a reference. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know Cameron, who's one of our resident Star Fox fanatics on staff, is very much happy with what Starlink did. So,
okay, cool. Well, that gives me a lot of hope as well. But as far as the future of Star Fox, like you said, I don't think it's fair to say that like it's definitely like it's never coming back. I don't think that's the case at all. Like, sooner or later, there's going to be Nintendo's going to take another swing at it. But I do think that given how long it's been since a Star Fox game in general, and since like the 2000s era continuity was relevant in particular, I think more than likely they're going to do, another, they're basically going to cut off all previous continuity and reintroduce the characters from the top. Which is, to be fair, what Star Fox has done over and over and over again throughout its existence, to be fair. The only exception really was the three... Was it three DKU Star Fox games?
The Dinosaur Planet trilogy, Josh? Yes.
Right
yes,
on.
It was. Yes.
Adventures, Assault, Command. Now, I do think there's an excellent shot of Crystal and Tricky showing up in like a new form there. Particularly because Crystal did make it as an assist trophy in Smash Ultimate.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Josh.
Right.
I also don't think there's going to be any hard and fast, like, this is a new continuity.
Oh, no, yeah, I don't think that either. I think it'll just be presented as such.
I think it'll just be nebulous. Like, it's a new Star Fox game, takes place after a certain amount of time. Whatever you want to think is canon can be canon, but we're not going to dwell on it. Like, if the Great Fox is back, doesn't mean it can't take place after Star Fox Command or Star Fox Assault. They just got an identical Great Fox. If Peppy is on the team, but Crystal's there, just whatever, like, I think that Crystal, while maybe not as fondly remembered by older fans, and when I say older fans, I'm talking about the grumps who are even older than I am. I think she's somewhat iconic enough now that anybody revisiting Star Fox would want to maybe pull her out of the mothballs. And also because, let's be honest, Star Fox is kind of a sausage fest.
That's what I was thinking too. She sort of has the same benefit that Dixie does, in that, like, you need to have, at least some sort of a representation of a female character.
It's like when Peter Jackson adapted The Hobbit and he realized there's only dudes in this novel. What the hell? We're going to have to invent a lady elf. And then the nerds were like, no, women! It's like, well, yeah, then maybe you didn't have to be 3 movies, but you probably had to have some ladies in there. But yeah, like, I think that Crystal, like you said, she was an assist trophy in Ultimate. I don't think there's any, like, decree, thou shall not use anything past Star Fox 64.
No, I don't either.
I think it's just, it's going to be nebulous.
Like, the reason that Star Fox 64, like, its iconography and characters get referenced so often isn't, like, part of some insidious plot to, like, erase what Rare did or something to that effect. I think it's just that's like the part of the series that the vast majority of people who know anything about Star Fox know, you know?
Yeah, annoyingly so. Like, yeah, Star Fox 64 had very memorable voice acting. But, like, I would love if people would reference some of the other lines in that other than do a barrel roll.
I mean, I feel I never hear do a barrel roll these days. Like, that meme started on, You're the Man Now, Dog.
Yes, but I remember, well, it was Star Fox 64 3D. That just at the very end of it, they just threw that in there to get the crowd going. Like, yeah, that's a thing.
In Star Fox Zero, there's a hidden level where you can play as Peppy, and every time you do a barrel roll, he says barrel roll. And I think that was about the time the meme died. Like, when it becomes that official.
When it becomes corporate is when anything dies, really. But
barrel roll, barrel roll, barrel roll! That's what it sounds like.
Laugh, you peons. Isn't it funny? We're doing the thing that you know. So John, what I would recommend though,
John Cena!
John Tessier. I
thought you were talking to me. You say Josh so often, I thought.
Oh, no.
I understand now.
What I would do is, find a way to make the existing Star Fox games fresh for you. And like a fun challenge, and this would work for me. It might not be up your alley, but it would be a fun way to me, is revisit all of them and try to come up with a fun mental game. Like, I'm going to make the continuity work for all of these games so they all exist in the same timeline. Like, I'm going to figure out how the original Star Fox for the Super Nintendo, Star Fox 64, and Star Fox Zero can all work as relative concurrent adventures. And Star Fox 2 can exist nebulously after that, but before Star Fox Adventures. Like, I think that could be a fun challenge, and it's one that I'm not necessarily up to myself. I'm just happy to celebrate the Dinosaur Planet trilogy and not really worry about Star Fox Zero. But if you're really into Star Fox, try to figure it out and report back to us, because I'm eager to hear what somebody who is primarily focused on that would have to say.
And the other thing I'd say is just if there is a Star, there are quite a number of Star Fox games out there. And if there's something that you haven't played much or that didn't seem to click for you, like, previously, it goes back to that thing about, we were saying earlier about, like, not giving up on games. Like, give it another shot. See if there's something you were missing. And, go in with an open mind and try to see if you can make it click for you. And if it doesn't, then you can also then take the next step and be like, well, what kind of a person would this click for?
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of stuff that I enjoy doing a lot, and a way that I enjoy, like, trying to understand how a game can be appreciated.
For sure, yeah. But yeah, thank you for the call. And no, I don't think Star Fox is dead. I think it'll come back one day. I think Crystal will come back one day. If I have anything to say about it, Tricky will too. But that's another story. So I have ideas for a whole Tricky trilogy, Josh, but I won't get into it here.
I'm sure we'll talk about it one day.
All right, let's go ahead and play our third call.
Hey, Hyle. Hey, Josh. Hope y'all are well. Phil B here. I really like this week's topic coming up about what do you do when some piece of media or series or franchise or universe you really love just kind of goes dark for a while. I think it's important to note that I've found a lot of these times these droughts can happen just by coincidence. Often there's just no high-level creatives within the company that are both passionate about and are a good fit to manage the brand's production and spearhead that new big project. So instead, we're forced to wait until one comes along or works their way up the chain. Outside and in the world of fandom, though, there are a lot of folks that at least had the passion part down. So I want to ask your thoughts on using alternatives to fill the void. And for me, whenever I get stuck in this kind of drought with a series I really love, I instead search for stuff that's intended to scratch that itch. And a lot of times that means getting sucked into fan games and fan content, or original stuff where the creator was clearly inspired by the series. Sometimes that even branches out to bootlegs and straight up knockoffs. So for DKC, obviously you have Impossible Layer, even if that's crossing the DKU streams. But you also have cool stuff like Marsupilami Hoop Adventure, and even Rayman Origins and Legends with their emphasis on flow and quick puzzle solving. There's also fan games like DKC The Trilogy, where you can play as all 4 Super Nintendo Kongs in the same game. I've also beaten the Hummer Team bootleg NES version of the original DKC, and it was fun to see how that worked in comparison to the real thing. And then for Banjo, for example, you can check out stuff like A Hat in Time, or New Super Lucky's Tale, or Super Kiwi 64, or even go back a ways and try out the original Jak and Daxter. I also advocate using ROM hacks to fill this kind of void. There's a bunch of cool stuff for Banjo out there. Some interesting things to make DK64 less of a slog, colorizing and translating the Japanese Donkey Kong Land games, and a bunch of other cool stuff. And then I tend to go back and try entries in the series that I haven't tried yet. So like King of Swing, or Barrel Blast, or DKC Barrel Maze. Even if they're maybe not exactly what I want, I always get something out of the experience of trying them. And same with going back to games that I have played and doing self-imposed challenge runs or 100% completion stuff. And I guess I'm just hoping that people are open to being creative with how they experience their droughts. And doing that weirdly makes me appreciate the slow times in hindsight, once a new official entry does eventually come its way. The slow times made me a more involved and interested fan, and every time I feel like I've caught up and I'm ready to wallow in waiting like everyone else, I end up finding something new to try. And that's not even getting into the value of non-game fan content like we used to do. So do y'all have any alternatives kind of like these that you want to shout out? Am I crazy for finding as much value in drought times as when something new comes out? Maybe. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your thoughts. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the call, Silby. Well, I think we went over some weird alternatives on this very episode, but I do appreciate your insight, and I think that's a really good attitude to have.
Absolutely.
You know, it is not about despair. It really is. Like, these drought times are really when your love for a series is most tested, and you can find some real truths about what draws you to it, and if it's worth it. You know, if you can't handle the weight and you just kind of like tap out, I think then, you know, maybe that's the healthiest route for you. By all means, like, walk away, but, and maybe come back then when there is new content. But for those of us who are just so dedicated to a particular franchise or form of media, then yeah, there is no walking away. And so what do we do that's productive and not just sending hate mail to studios and companies? And yeah, I think what we do, Josh and I, is a good avenue. I think fan art for sure. And yeah, like you brought up fan games, and I can't get into fan games all that much, but it doesn't mean I don't appreciate them. For me, it's kind of the uncanny Vine Valley we talked about, Josh, where I look at some of these Donkey Kong Country fan games and I'm like, oh man, that's kind of cool. And then it feels unnatural at times. And it's just jarring for me. And that's my own deficiency. That's not any slight intended towards these fan games. Like, I really love,
it's especially tough with Donkey Kong Country fan games because the DKC games have such a specific style and aesthetic that's really, really hard to replicate if you're not working on like mid-90s ACM Silicon graphics workstations.
Yes, I think that's it. I think that's really what it is and what pulls me out of them. And I think some of what they do is cool, and it comes close, but it's that coming close that just kind of pulls me back out. But like talking about other DKU fan games, like I really do admire what Kirko Mods does with the Banjo-Kazooie ROM hacks. I think they're really impressive and fun, and they've got a lot of fun.
Yeah,
ideas.
I played a couple of those like on my actual Nintendo 64 hard drive on my EverDrive, and yeah, that stuff's really cool.
Yeah. So like I know I have this reputation as Hyle hates fan games. Hyle hates mods and ROM hacks. And
I would not say that you have that reputation.
Oh, I do. I do. Like among like some of our audience, just because
Okay.
I don't play them.
Right.
Historically, DK Vine has always been against like any illicit way to play games, and I'm past that. Like that was our child take on things.
Sure.
If a game's not legally accessible, fuck it. Yeah, absolutely. So long as it's out there. That's where I'm at.
It is. You're right that it is typically the opinion of the internet that if you're apathetic about something, that means that you hate it and want it to die.
But no, I mean, for me, like, I just don't have time. It's the same way, like, I don't have time to really branch out and play other games. I'm so dedicated on the canon that
right.
I can't really go out of my way, and I really wish I could. I wish I could freeze time and work 80 hours so I could devote more time to giving spotlights to really impressive fan works, and ROM hacks, and even close home to DK Vine, there's been impressive colorizations of Donkey Kong Land, and it's just something that I'm Smash Remix. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I watch the
those colorizations added a Kiddy Kong mode, but that is optional, so, nothing's perfect.
But yeah, I watched the Idaho crew play Smash Remix, and I'm like, that's cool. I don't really want to seek it out myself, but that's cool.
But like you said, I do think that our caller's mindset is extremely, extremely healthy, and probably one that we've kind of, we frame so much of this discussion around how do you survive the drought? How do you deal with it? But there is a lot of just sort of shifting your mindset and being like this is a good time too. This is look, the way that this show operated and that the fandom in general operated around 2014 and 2015 was very frantic, and it was very exciting. We had the Rare Renaissance, we had Tropical Freeze, we had lots of exciting news and lots of new stuff to talk about. But this downtime has sort of allowed us to dig back into some of that stuff and to really soak in the ephemera and appreciate it even more. And there's a lot of value to just this chill time. Though, maybe you don't look at it as a drought, you just look at it as a quieter period.
Right. I think it was Matt Corna who once said that he almost preferred the E3s where nothing was announced, because it meant we got to just do our own thing. We had more freedom to just create our own nonsense. And
right.
I didn't necessarily agree with him at the time, but I understand it better now. For me, an entire E3 could be broken if we didn't get anything really cool announced. And now that I'm doing DK Vine full time, as much as I want cool game announcements, and it definitely is a more frantic, high paced, energetic feeling to be talking about new stuff. Sometimes it's annoying when I have news to cover, because I want to be focusing on a video or something else. And I'm like, oh, I have to do a news article today about McDonald's Happy Meal toys in Japan, rather than working on this new DKU lore tour video. So yeah, I mean, it's a catch-22. It's a mixed bag, but I get it now. And you're right. I think these downtimes, while they suck on the surface, they can be a mixed blessing. They can be kind of this very covert good thing, because it makes you, I'm going to sound like such a fucking boomer here, it makes you appreciate what you have all the more.
That I do remember in Donkey Kong Country 3 when Boomer Bear said that, and I was like, that's very wise.
And his brother stuck him down in that sunken volcano for a reason.
Your optimism is infuriating.
Sylvie, one of the games you mentioned we're actually going to be bringing up after the calls, so stay tuned. Let's go ahead and play our fourth call.
It's that time again, Hyle. Is your favorite caller, Traveler of the Stars, calling in. I don't know if it's a big sausage in your pants on a fork or you're just happy to see me, but you're looking great. It's radiant as always. Josh, you're looking great. You're both just astounding. So let's get into it. Video game droughts. You know, I've been thinking about this lately for Donkey Kong, you know, because you guys have been in a mainline drought for a while. But, you know, Hyle is in a unique position where he only plays Donkey Kong games. But something I was thinking about is, and Josh will know this, Donkey Kong is in a good position in that, you know, his last game wasn't a massive failure and it's now really beloved. You know, Metroid, after Other M, and Josh will know what I'm talking about, I felt like Metroid was just like dead, like forever. Not really forever, but like it was dead for a while. And even, you know, as a Pikmin fan, you know, I didn't think it was dead, but, you know, unlike Donkey Kong, it's not as a long-running series. And I think Hyle has the right idea with Donkey Kong, and that, like, he does go back and looks at underappreciated games. You know, it's like, yeah, like DKC2, Tropical Freeze, like, yeah, like, we know those games are really great. Like, we don't, like, we know that. So, like, why not go back to, like, I don't know, Jungle Climber, King of Swing, Jungle Beat, for Banjo, you know, Grunty's Revenge. I know for series like Banjo and Conquer, it's like, you know, you're kind of stretched a little thin there. But for Donkey Kong, you know, there's plenty of games like Barrel Maze. I know that's a little pandering for you, Hyle. Or Barrel Blast, right? Barrel Blast of Donkey Kong 2. Now we're really getting into it. No. But I think, you know, Donkey Kong is in a unique position that even though, like, maybe people would be like, oh, it seems like Metroid is getting more love than Donkey Kong. It's crazy because, like, aside from games, like, Donkey Kong is getting all the stuff that you talked about before. So the reason I just bring that up is, like, you know, unlike Metroid back in the day, I would argue, like, Donkey Kong does not feel dead to me, and you talked about all that before, Hyle, but it just is different, and I think people can take solace in the fact that, like, just if you just look objectively, you know, like, I know it feels like, you know, woe is the Donkey Kong fandom, but, like, no, compared to other series like F-Zero or something, like where you get like Jack, like diddly, you know, you get like nothing. So, I don't know, it's just an interesting thing. But yeah, for me, like as a Pikmin fan, I just tried to like go back into past games and try to look for things that I didn't notice before. And I think for Donkey Kong, like, you know, maybe you haven't played Jungle Beat in years. Maybe give that a try or something like that. But that's my perspective. Anyway, Professor Chops, Sensei fan, number one out, and both of you have a great day. Hyle, keep up the great work. I kiss you upon thy brow, and I give you a pat on the back.
Oh, Traveler got hit by the 3-minute mark. They just kept going and going and going. And I appreciate the compliments nonetheless. You can compliment me until you hit that cutoff.
Now, that was our second caller to comment on the fact that we are apparently looking good.
Yes.
That was also the second caller to describe the early to mid 2010s as being back in the day. So,
yes,
a theme of the calls this episode.
Yeah, get used to it, old man. It's only going to get worse from here.
No, I welcome it. I'm like, I've been telling people for years, like, you know, you think the 2010s is cringe now, but just wait.
Yeah. I mean, it is, again, and it's all just like, it's funny how everybody just thinks like the now is going to be the forever. It's like, no, no.
That is kind of, that's a part of what the video I'm working on right now is about, actually.
Oh, interesting. Well, there we go. A little bit of foreshadowing there, but I liked how Traveler of the Stars said, talking about Other M. It's like, Josh, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like, I know about Other M. I know about that drama by this point. Like, I'm not that much of a cloistered weirdo monk, mad monk, gobbling up Jake Peril or whatever the hell Loadrunner's name is. But yeah, like, I think you have the right idea though, too, Traveler of the Stars. It is all about like celebrating those lesser beloved games. Like, I can go back to Donkey Kong Country 2 anytime I want and have a good time, but it really is like pulling up those obscure games and putting a spotlight on them, saying, what about this? It is a frustrating thing for me when you have Banjo-Kazooie fans. And this is something that I think a lot of people in my immediate circles have been ranting about. Banjo-Kazooie fans who really don't care about anything other than Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. Maybe not even Banjo-Tooie sometimes. You know, it's like, well, have you played Grunty's Revenge? Like, I don't care about Grunty's Revenge. It's not a real Banjo game. And I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm pulling out of this conversation because whatever it is you think Banjo-Kazooie is, if it doesn't apply to Grunty's Revenge, like, you can play Grunty's Revenge and say, this isn't doing it for me. That's fine. If you gave it an honest shot, fine. But if you just dismiss it because it's a handheld game, because it's not a full 3D platformer,
like I did with Game Boy games when I was a kid because I couldn't see them.
Right, but you could see Grunty's Revenge. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's not.
Well, once I got an SP, I could anyway.
Yeah, that's not on a pea soup green, non-backlit piece of shit hardware. No, like Grunty's Revenge. To me, it's such a quintessential part of the Banjo-Kazooie experience. I can't imagine my Banjo-Kazooie fandom at this point without it, and it's kind of heartbreaking when people just dismiss it. So, I mean, we're never going to ignore a game at DK Vine because it's expedient or because we have some kind of preconceived bias for what Donkey Kong should be. Like, I recognize Barrel Maze is a piece of shit, Josh, and it's a piece of shit they reworked as a Flintstones game, Cocoa Pebbles game at that. Mm-hmm. But I'm still going to celebrate it for what it is because it's fun for me. It's fun for me to elevate something that is ignored and forgotten. Like, nobody would remember, like, nobody would be talking about Barrel Maze if we hadn't preserved it and kept it going. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure people would remember it.
It's questionable whether people would remember it. I mean, honestly.
Somebody out there would, but would there be as much acknowledgement for it? Would there be an article in Super Mario Wiki about it that goes into detail about it if we hadn't preserved it and kept it on our site and kept talking about it for 20 years? That's important to me. Like, game preservation is important to me, but not just game preservation. Preserving just the active memory of games and keeping them in the conversation, especially when you're a fan of that franchise that it falls under.
Oh, for sure. This is huge for me with the Sonic franchise, especially, like, preserving the context of how a game hit when it came out.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's so hard for, like, especially with stuff that, like, predates social media on the internet, because that stuff is still out there and you can still find it, but it's basically impossible to find if you don't know where to look, and the only way you would know where to look is if you were there at the time.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know, like keeping, like you said, the memory of what the context for a game was at the time is very important to me, because Diddy Kong Racing, brother, like, let me tell you.
Oh, of course.
I don't know why I channeled Hulk Hogan there for a second. It's just getting late. You know what doesn't work for me, bro?
He was just channeling Superstar Billy Graham. Well,
okay, but you know what doesn't work for me, brother? It's when people don't understand the context behind Diddy Kong Racing and say, "Oh, it was just they're just guest characters, Banjo and Conker, right?"
Yeah, but, like, that's not how the game presented them.
No, that's what I'm saying though. People, from a modern context who weren't around and don't have access to the materials, they look back at it and they're like, "Oh, it was a Diddy Kong game, and Rare had Banjo and Conker as guest characters." No, that's so wrong. That is so wrong. Which is why I am committed to what I do.
It's important work. Say it. And same here. I mean, like I said, I do the same shit.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Traveler of the Stars. Let's play our fifth call.
Call number 5.
Hey guys, this is TJ, just calling in to give my thoughts on the recent Donkey Kong drought. So about this, I'll say, growing up, I actually don't think I ever noticed any types of droughts when it comes to the Donkey Kong series. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the greater DKU, but looking purely at Donkey Kong, I grew up with the country games. I grew up with 64, all the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance re-releases. Even though I didn't play them, I always saw advertisements for the Bongo Peripheral games, and I saw those in stores. I love Jungle Climber. I love Diddy Kong Racing DS. And, just 2 years after that, we got Donkey Kong Country Returns. So I would say it wasn't until recently with Tropical Freeze where I started to really feel the drought myself. So even though I don't really have any advice on how to cope with it, I'm kind of looking for advice myself, I guess you'd say. I'm calling in because you've got Josh on there with you, and I actually wanted to make a comparison to the Sonic series. Back in the 2000s, we were getting 3 or so Sonic games a year. We'd get Sonic Teams game, Dimps game, usually a spin-off or a re-release. And once they switched to HD, it felt like, we were getting them at a much, much slower rate. And, Dimps stopped making their games, and so we got wide gaps in that series too. And I think it's an interesting comparison because with both franchises, at least in my case, what makes it really difficult is that if you're hoping for a certain character, if you've got a favorite character that happens to appear infrequently and your series is going through droughts like this, then it can become really disheartening when you're waiting for a really long time. Maybe with Donkey Kong you're hoping for Dixie or K. Rool to show up, or with Sonic you're hoping for Shadow or Blaze to show up. And when you finally do get that game and that character doesn't make an appearance, it's like, oh, well, maybe they'll be in the next one, however long that takes. So, that can make it sting a little even more. So, I'd love to know what you guys think about this. So, thanks for taking the call.
Thank you for the call, TJ. Josh, this is your time to shine. Sonic discussion, go.
Okay. Well, I would say a big, the rate at which mainline Sonic Team developed games were coming out back then was really very much to the series' detriment. Because Sega and a lot of publishers fell into this trap where they assumed that, as games became more complicated, as 3D became the norm and the standard, that game development was somehow just magically going to continue to take the same amount of time and resources that it had always taken before, and that was absolutely not how it ended up working out. Nintendo fell into this quite a bit during the N64 years even, which is why games kept getting delayed. To the point that, when Iwata came in, one of the first things that he decreed was that we're not going to announce games until we're sure that we're going to hit a release date. We got to stop doing this all the time. Unfortunately, Sega going third party and then getting sold to Sammy there for quite a while made the concept of just not releasing a big new Sonic game every single year, not feasible. The games were, despite their reputation, still selling extremely well. So they kept coming out at this you read some of the developer interviews from Sonic Heroes where Takashi Iizuka was single-handedly doing the level design on that game and working so much that he got sick. He was working 100+ hour weeks every single day.
Oh,
or
that's
every
the
single
dream.
week.
That's the dream right there.
But he wasn't freezing time and he wasn't sleeping, even though biologically, unfortunately, you have to do that. So I would say, now that being said, there is certainly something to the idea, and this was true across the entire industry. Game development has generally become extremely, extremely languished, and publishers have become a lot more risk averse, I think. Mm-hmm. And that's why we see so much, we see a lot less, especially from companies other than Nintendo. You don't get the kind of spin-off stuff that you used to get. You don't get the kind of, working with outside developers to publish spin-offs faster Sega, like you said, Sega hasn't worked with Dimps in over 10 years now. So, but I don't think that's anything unique to Sonic in particular. I think that's just sort of a function of how expensive game development has gotten and like where the industry has gone.
Right.
That said, like you like it. At no point would it have ever been feasible for even like a game to the degree of Donkey Kong 64 to come out like once a year, like the original Donkey Kong Country trilogy did.
And I think that was a large part of the buyout too. Was Rare like recognized how long games were taking to make, how costly they were getting. They wanted the financial security of being owned outright, and Nintendo was like, "Nah, bye."
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a good point though about like how the actual buyout era, even though it felt like there had been an eternity since we had a Donkey Kong game, a mainline Donkey Kong game that we wanted, we were getting so much at that point. There wasn't really anything to anchor it, so it felt disjointed. And like I look back and I'm like, we had an era where we had King of Swing to Jungle Climber. Rare was doing the handheld games, like the DKC GBA remakes, like DKRDS, Jungle Beat, like no matter Barrel Blast, like no matter what you thought of some of those games, it was still just an abundance of Donkey Kong games. And then Donkey Kong Country Returns was this huge celebration, 2010, and then it took a couple years to get Tropical Freeze, and then nothing. And what is actually really better? And yeah, I mean, we didn't know how good we had it, even though we didn't have the context for how good we had it at the time, because there's so much uncertainty, as we've talked about, and a lot of these episodes for the 20th anniversary of various buyout era milestones.
But yeah, like I said, it's nothing unique to Sonic. It's nothing unique to Donkey Kong. It's just a function of where the industry has gone for better and for worse.
Unfortunately, yes. And that's why I really like indie games. Because it just feels like something's got to break. Something's got to change in the industry. We need to start scaling back games a little bit.
Oh yeah, I play these days, as far as new games go, I play so many more indie games than I do, the actual AAA stuff. Like, my interest in modern gaming is pretty much limited to Nintendo and indies. There are exceptions, but not very many.
Yeah. Like, I think the fever has to break for the good of the industry eventually, but fans also gamers have to accept that, and I don't think we're at the point where mainstream gamers will. Like, you can have AAA games, but not every game has to be a AAA game.
Yeah, and I think this is something that Nintendo has managed to manifest and normalize in a time when, like, very few other, like, no other console makers and very few other publishers have managed to strike that balance.
Right. I agree. I agree with that for sure. All right. Well, thank you for the call. We have one more call. Let's play it. We'll check in with the live stream. We've been kind of neglecting that. And then we'll bring up some of the modern Donkey Kong Country and DKU alternatives that have been recommended to me over the last couple of years.
Hey guys, it's Channel Mage again. Just wanted to talk about the topic of the DKU droughts. Personally, DKU droughts are very rough sometimes, especially when you're a fan of one or the other of one of them, say, you're a fan of Banjo like me, or Diddy Kong Racing, and, a game like Banjo-Kazooie comes out, and it's a great game, but you're not as invested, and only one game comes out. So, basically, my idea is, like, when you're in a drought, what I like to do is basically play the games that I missed out on. So, after beating Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo-Kazooie for the millionth time, I like to try out games like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, and I played Grunty's Revenge too. 100% of it. I had a great time. I'm glad I played it. It really filled a hole in my heart after years of no new Banjo games. What else? Oh yeah, I'm playing Donkey Kong 64 a bit, you know, a lot of, opportunities to play that now, and there's different ways to play it, you know, Wii U and all that. Well, not anymore, but you know what I mean. I had the opportunity to get it. Anyway, what else? I've also been playing, you know, games on Rare Replay, you know, plenty of opportunities to play that. So yeah, I've been playing Grab by the Ghoulies, really like it. You know, I'm glad that there's an easy way to get it nowadays, you know. What else? Well yeah, I've been playing ukulele and I'm really happy that Platonic is around, you know, that helps with the Droughts as well, you know, other opportunities with different developers. And, you know, the DKU is growing, pretty steadily now, especially with the, Platonic and, Rare, you know, doing cooperations with other developers and all that. Anyway, thank you. Glad to talk about DKU stuff with you guys. Alright, bye-bye.
Well, thank you for the call. And yeah, you have the right idea. I'm glad you went back to Gruddy's Revenge. I just said, you know, I'm really annoyed sometimes when people just dismiss it, and the fact that you went back to it and had a great time, I think speaks volumes, both to your integrity and also the quality inherent in Grunty's Revenge.
Absolutely. If Banjo-Kazooie very specifically is what you're wanting and you haven't played Grundy's Revenge, yeah, give it a shot. Cause a while back I needed some footage of a Game Boy Advance games for a video I was making. And all I really needed was a few minutes of each one. And then I ended up sitting there and playing Grundy's Revenge for an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. I was like, well, I'm never gonna actually use most of this, but I just got sucked into it.
Yeah.
Cause it does have that same sort of, there's just a je ne sais quoi to, the appeal of Banjo-Kazooie. And I don't think Grunty's Revenge is it's not gonna replace the original or replace the N64 or replace Tooie in your ranking of quality, but if you're jonesing for one, go for it.
Absolutely, especially if you love the characters in the world. Mm-hmm. I don't see why you wouldn't, because I think it really gets into I was gonna say the nuts and bolts, but the nitty gritty.
That's another game
of the world of Banjo-Kazooie in a way that other games don't. It actually revels in the lore and the backstory in a way that even Banjo-Tooie didn't really do. So yeah, for sure, give it a shot if you have it out there. But yeah, I think that you have a lot of similar experiences to what I've discussed, and just getting into other games that kind of fall under that milieu, the umbrella of that comes close, even if they aren't exactly, the actual sequels you want. Grab by the Ghoulies is a great example as well. If you're jonesing for a Banjo-Kazooie game, Grab by the Ghoulies, it mechanically isn't similar, but spiritually from the same team, what they made right after Tooie, and full of references, and in one case, a character from the Banjo-Kazooie series. It feels very much.
And one thing that something that Tim Rogers said in reference to Castlevania and Bloodstained was that he said he was getting comments from people who were Bloodstained is cool and all, but I want Konami to make a new Castlevania. And he's like, Bloodstained is the new Castlevania. Mm-hmm. Companies don't make video games, people do. Right. And I think that definitely applies to Yooka-Laylee.
Yeah, I just said this week that I'm so thankful that Platonic exists, because it's honestly been, the last 5 years have been probably the hardest when it comes to being a fan of this stuff. But it hasn't been hard at the same time. it's been this weird paradox where like we haven't gotten really much in the way of anything new in the last 5 years, but I'm reassured the entire time for the future of Donkey Kong, and reassured because while Rare is still doing very well, Rare is like more successful than they've been in years, so I'm not worried about Rare, and Playtonic exist. And just having Playtonic exist, this whole studio that's kind of tailor-made to create the games that I loved and still love, but it feels like the rest of the industry and the mainstream gaming press kind of just overlook or dismiss. To have a indie studio dedicated to that means so much to me, the fan who feels constantly overlooked. And it just made me a lot more zen-like throughout this DKU drought, knowing that Playtonic is working on something.
And the caller also mentioned, there are lots of ways to play DK64, and what that reminded me of was the DK64 Tag Anywhere ROM hack, which I've been playing again, like it works on actual N64 hardware, if you have an EverDrive. And like, I'm not gonna go so far as to say that like it saves DK64 for me. The problems that I have with that game are still very much like palpable while I'm playing it. If you don't know, what it does is it lets you switch Kongs at any time without going to the tag barrel. You just hit the D-pad and like you'll turn like I think one for each direction. I can't remember exactly how it works, but the point is you do not have to walk back and jump into the tag barrel in order to change who you're playing as. And like that makes it so much more palatable to just like kind of have a podcast on, set back, and just kind of zen out with it.
Is that what you've been playing while we've been recording?
While we've been recording, I have beaten Sonic 1, and I played first I played the first half of Sonic 3, and then I beat all of Sonic 2, and then I beat all of Sonic 1, and then I beat the second half of Sonic 3, and then I beat about half of Sonic Spinball, and now I'm playing Streets of Rage 2.
Josh, you know what I've been doing?
What have you been doing?
Recording a podcast. Like a professional.
If I could somehow edit the Geek Critique and play Sonic at the same time, I would.
Oh, it's not authentic. That's not the work, Josh. That's not the blood, sweat, and tears that's required to produce quality entertainment for the masses. Or not the masses, but the niche weirdos who understand the language we're speaking.
Like Tony Khan, we make it for the freaks.
So Josh, of course we would have to talk about the Donkey Kong Country or Rare-like games that you can try now that aren't DKU. Obviously, we're not going to be talking about Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair, although, by God, you should be playing Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair if you haven't. But these are games that I have not played, that I have had recommended to me at various points in time, and say, hey, you should do an episode about this on the Kongversation. You should play this, Hyle. What the hell is wrong with you, Hyle? Hyle, I want to strangle you while you sleep. Hyle. But I haven't yet. Doesn't mean I'm not going to. And I think if I can apply it to the work, I don't know, the way I apply so much in my life to DK Vine and then find a way to do it as a result, then maybe I will. Like, maybe I will go down this list and we'll do Kongversation episodes about each one eventually. But for now, I would like to bring them up and suggest them to our audience. Hey, this has been what's recommended to me. Some people on our staff have played these and swear by them. So I present them to you if you need some help getting over this drought. If you can't wait until Donkey Kong Country Returns HD comes out, or if Donkey Kong Country Returns HD just doesn't do it for you, doesn't grab you, isn't enough to get you to the next mainline Donkey Kong game, or if you're waiting for Banjo-Kazooie, I think you're going to have to keep waiting a little bit longer for that. So,
well, see, that's the thing about droughts. Like, if you can make it, honestly, like, even if a drought doesn't happen, if you can just make it about 15 to 20 years, then the people who grew up with those games will want to make tributes to them, and it'll, like, that influence will show up in their work.
Mm.
And that is very, very much what we're seeing with not just Donkey Kong Country, but I think even more so Banjo-Kazooie right now. Like, the amount of indie 3D platformers that are starting to come out that clearly take influence from the N64 era platformers in particular is just, like, ridiculous.
Sure.
Like there's too many for me to keep up with.
Yeah. And I don't keep up with them. I'm bad about this aspect of my job because, I know what you just said about characters, like, and companies. Companies don't make games, people do. But that's why I followed the people to Platonic. And some of these games have some DKU connections, but Freezer is still with us in the live stream, by the way. Hello, Freezer.
Hi, Freezer.
Freezer has stuck it out over the 4+ hours, and Freezer has a good point that one of the reasons we don't get as many side games anymore, in addition to companies being adverse to risk and the cost of games rising, is the dedicated handheld market is dead.
Yeah.
Which kills the side games more. And that's one thing I lament. I know, like, we did an episode on the Kongversation a ways back where it was basically a eulogy for Nintendo handhelds. And we got some flack for that because they're like, the Switch is a handheld. And I was like, you know what I mean. Yes, the Switch doubles as a handheld, but it's effectively a console. And because the Switch exists, because the Switch has unified, condensed the two, it means we're not getting the lower budget side handheld games that kept Donkey Kong afloat throughout the aughts, that gave us gems like Grunty's Revenge, that gave us Saberwolf GBA, that gave us It's Mr. Pants. So much of my love and affection for the DKU is rooted in handheld games, and I think that's what's made this drought harder, is we're not getting the option of side games anymore.
Yeah, the mobile market is where so much of that went. Like, whenever, like, you see a Mario Kart Tour, and I mean, I know that you came around and became a huge fan of that game, but, like, it's still hard not to recognize that there was a time when that would have absolutely been, like, a traditional handheld Mario Kart. And no shade to the companies for doing this. That is where the market went, and it is clearly way more profitable. It's just, as a fan of this stuff, it's always going to be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow, I guess.
Especially because the mobile games, or the current mobile games, I'm not talking about the Infusio classics, Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge Mobile, or Grunty's Revenge Missions, or It's Mr. Pants Mobile Edition, or Saberwolf Mobile. Not including those gems, absolute stellar, beloved entries. I'm only using minor hyperbole there, because I really do like Grunty's Revenge Mobile. It's a demake of an already demaked Banjo-Kazooie style game. Like, it's brilliant. But the problem I have with the current mobile games is they seem so ephemeral. Like, I really got around to understanding Mario Kart Tour and like finding like the equilibrium to like have fun with it. But I always am nervous that I'm going to wake up one morning and they'll be like, we're shutting Mario Kart Tour down in 4 months.
Now, see, your equivalent of spending $40 on Dixie Kong and Mario Kart Tour this is the only time I'm ever going to allow this to happen to me, because the circumstances were unique and now I know better. But in 2015, there was a mobile game called Sonic Runners.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent about $80 on Red Star rings to spin a roulette wheel to unlock Classic Sonic. To have a chance of unlocking Classic Sonic, and I eventually did. and then that game shut down less than a year later.
But here's the thing, Josh. You can say you unlocked classic Sonic.
Right.
Doesn't that feel good?
Well, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, when Mario Kart Tour shuts down, and I think it's still generating a profit for Nintendo, even if they're not devoting resources to it, or actively devoting resources to it anymore. But I still think it's successful enough that they're going to keep it running for a while. I hope so. But even when we come to the day where it shuts down, and I think we'll eventually come to that day, unfortunately, I'm not going to regret spending $40 on Dixie Kong because, one, I got to play as Dixie Kong for a long-ass time in Mario Kart Tour, and I got to play as Dixie Kong in a Mario Kart game. Even if it is Tour, it's still meaningful to me, and she's one of the best characters, so, like, absolutely the right decision, in my opinion. Also, I got to spend $40 on Dixie Kong, and I got to show Nintendo, there's a freak out there who's going to spend $40 on Dixie Kong. Think about that, Nintendo.
Maybe me spending so much money while Classic Sonic was unlockable is the reason that we got Sonic Mania. You ever think of that?
I think you should tell yourself that, and you should feel pretty smug about it.
That would help if I could convince myself of that.
You know what? I convince myself of all sorts of things. It's not hard. You just have to do it with conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Anyway, Freezer, thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us, whether you're listening to us live or you're listening to us after the fact. I know Josh and I get very long-winded, and it's always inevitable. I told my wife I was recording with Josh, and she was like, "Oh, it's going to be another 4+ hour one." I was like, "Yeah, it is." There's not even getting around it, and it's fine. It's fine. It's fun for us. If it's not fun for you, then take my advice. If the drought is getting to be a despairing thing, take a step back. Stop listening to this. What are you doing? Don't stick with this if you have better things to do. Anyway.
Yeah, neither one of us have even a hint of the, hey, this is getting a little long in the tooth, we need to move this along.
Yeah, once I took over full editorial control of the conversation, I chucked that out the window. I mean, I try. It depends.
We should have known because, like, I guess I should have known because back in the day, whenever Chad would say that, my reaction was always like, no, it's not getting long in the tooth, we're just getting started. This is great.
I think, like, there are some episodes where you do want to keep it a little bit constrained, but other episodes, just get it out. Get it out of your system. Blah, 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 blah. It's healthy. It's healthy because you don't want to leave this bottled up. It's like emotions. It's like crying. Honestly, you don't want to leave it bottled up. It's not healthy. And if you have to talk for over 4 hours about DKU Droughts, whatever the fuck that is, I just made up. There is no Donkey Kong universe. It's all just a fiction in my head. Do it.
But it's a shared fiction. You've made it a shared fiction with I'm going to say millions of other people, bare minimum.
Yeah, we'll go with millions. And you know what? Even a shared fiction within some of the people who work at these studios. So
yeah, true. I do not think that there would be a goldfish in Dr. Puzz's bowl if not for DK Vine.
Oh, absolutely not. That's a fact. We're the ones who got that through. But all right, Donkey Kong Country or Rare Like games, you can try now. If you'd like. Most of these are multi-platform. Some are Steam only, but most of them are available on the Switch, if that's your preferred method of game consumption. We're going to start with the obvious one, the one that's been recommended to me the most over the last 4 years or so. Kaze the Wild Mask.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's told me I need to play this since it came out. And, of course, I haven't. Damn me. Damn me to hell. But it's developed by Pixel Hive, published by Sodesco. And, Josh, you've played this game.
I have. I bought it on Switch a couple of years ago because, like you, it was often recommended to me. And it didn't immediately click with me back then, but when I knew this episode was coming up, It's actually on sale on Steam right now. This is the big Steam summer sales going on, and you can get it for $3 until July 11th.
Okay.
So if you're interested in it, now would be a good time to pick it up, even if you don't plan to play it right now. But because this episode was coming up, I went ahead and I bought it again on Steam just to have it again and be able to play it on the Steam Deck, I guess, which is where I mostly play games in a handheld form these days. And I let myself get back into it, and I gave it another shot. And I'm definitely finding it is an extremely loving tribute to the Donkey Kong Country series and the Super Nintendo trilogy specifically. Mm-hmm. It is taking very heavy inspiration from them from those games. But what do you know about it?
Not much. Honestly, just that everybody said I should play it. And thank you for the tip about the Steam sale, because I am in the market soon to get a Steam Deck, and that would be a great first game to really break in a Steam Deck. I'll just buy it now and play it on a Steam Deck later. But no, I'm going to read the description from the game page. In Kaze and the Wild Mask, you journey through the Crystal Islands in 90s classics platformer style. Play as Kaze and save your friend Hogo from a curse that spread chaos around the islands. Faced enraged living vegetables, love some living vegetables in my life, I have to say, by invoking the powers of the Wild Mask. Pounce ferociously like a tiger, soar through the sky like an eagle, sprint fiercely like a lizard, and rule the sea like a shark.
Yeah, so the way it works, the way the titular Wild Masks work is in specific levels you'll come to these shrines that contain the mask. And when you approach them, Kaze will automatically put them on. And the way that it winds up working, you discover very quickly, is very much in line with how the animal buddies worked in the Donkey Kong Country series.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll come to, like you'll go through like half of a level with a lot of water in it, and then you'll find a shark mask, and then you'll basically get the abilities of On Guard. And although it's sort of like On Guard plus the swimming controls that you get in Tropical Freeze, where you have full 360-degree movement underwater. You can do like a little drill dive, and it's very, very cool. And like the game is always like, not every level even has masks in it at all, but the ones that are, like, I haven't gotten a repeat yet. So it seems like there's quite a good variety there.
Yeah. I'm probably going to play this first if I play any of them soon. But yeah, it looks interesting. I'm curious to finally try it out myself. Freezer is recommending it in the chat, so I feel like I have to.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's an easier sell, and I was thinking about this because, knowing we were doing this episode, I couldn't help but think about how it might hit you. And I think it's an easier sell for me because if you replicate the gameplay, if you replicate the gimmicks, if you sort of remind me of that, that's gonna hook me a lot. That's gonna hook me very easily. Of course, the problem with these indie games is that, like, it can't actually be Donkey Kong Country. And in particular, right, the fact that, like, I know the animal buddies being distinct characters, everything being its own distinct character is a big part of the draw with Donkey Kong Country for you in particular. So, like, the fact that these masks are just masks, they're gameplay gimmicks. They change the form of the one character that you play as. That I thought that might be harder for you to swallow.
For sure. Can you, like, infer that the masks are actually spirits that are possessing Kaze?
I'm not sure what the lore behind the masks is, unfortunately.
Okay.
As of right now, I'm still in the process of playing it.
That's a big thing for me, is I love a large cast of characters. I love when it feels like an adventure is being carried out by a team of people, not just the frontline characters, but also assistants and sideline characters staying in their little shacks along the way. I love that.
Like Kaze is full of like hand-drawn, frame-by-frame animated artwork, and it's a very beautiful game. But I think like that's a good example of how like the constraints of indie development make that sort of thing much more difficult.
Yeah, for sure.
The main thing that I think is the reason that I had trouble gelling with it at first was, of course, a gameplay mechanical difference. And this is what I was thinking about earlier when you were saying how Crash Bandicoot got into that uncanny Vine Valley for you. Because for me, the fact that in Kaze, like, you have an attack button where you do, a spin, sort of the equivalent of like the barrel roll or the cartwheel. But that button is not a run button. And so it's like what I want to do. I want to hold down the run button and like move faster. Yeah. And Kaze doesn't have anything like that. At least not so far. Maybe you unlock that later. But I think that is probably the reason why when I first tried it a couple of years ago, I didn't immediately gel with it.
Yeah. I think there's enough mechanical differences between Retro's Donkey Kong Country games and the originals that it wouldn't necessarily trip me up at this point. I'm used to having to adapt my play style if I'm jumping back and forth. So, yeah.
Well, of course. It's just that otherwise it does feel so genuine to the DKC SNES trilogy.
Yeah. And look, I love seeing homages to it because it was such a rare thing, no pun intended, for the longest time to have like loving tributes and celebrations of that and not just having it be belittled. So to have these smaller studios come up and say, we want to invoke that, we want to call back to that thing that I love, it does mean a lot, even if I haven't actually done the right thing and played them yet. Well, Dustin has recommended this, as well did one of our callers did, and I'm going to botch the pronunciation of this, and I'm so sorry. Marsupilami Hooba Adventure. Or Hoobadventure. Hoobadventure? Hoobadventure. I was going to say it's like Hoobastank. Remember Hoobastank, Josh?
I found a reason to now.
Hoobadventure. It's based on the comic book animal character of the same name, which I did not know existed until I did some research. This
is the first time hearing about this right now.
Developed by Ocelot Studio and published by Microids.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a game publisher.
Yeah, so this is the description. A new dimension has been found in Colombia. Welcome back to Marsupilami Hoobadventure. Embark for a new colorful adventure full of dinosaurs and discover 10 new levels at the heart of mysterious hidden worlds. Punch, Twister, and Hope are 3 Marpasumalamis who live a peaceful life in Colombia, while the 3 companions opened a cursed sarcophagus by playing with debris on a beach. You don't open a sarcophagus if you find it. If it washes the shore on a beach, they inadvertently release a mysterious ghost. That puts a terrible curse on all animals. Fortunately for them, the Marsupilamis are immune. Very evocative of Donkey Kong Country Returns here. Our 3 heroes will have to go on an adventure and chase the ghost in order to ward off the spell. But a world that has been completely forgotten has now appeared. Not so new carnivorous enemies and brand new in-game elements will be part of this thrilling adventure. Collect new items and achievements in these Jurassic levels from the Dino world. Well, I guess this is a new edition of the game that has extra levels. I don't really know. It looks neat. It looks visually appealing. I really like the way the environments look.
Now, while you were reading that description, it turns out that this game is also on the Steam Summer Sale for $3 right now, and I bought it in the course of you reading that description.
Now, is it the Hoobadventure, or is there just
it is? It says
okay.
Marsupilami Hoobadventure, and the DLC release says the Hidden World update is out now.
Okay, well,
And
great.
the Hidden World update is a free DLC update.
So I just want to say though, as cool as this game looks, and I think this game is more up my alley visually. No disrespect to Kaze the Wild Mask, but I think when I'm thinking Donkey Kong Country, this the backgrounds, the environments, even the characters kind of look a little bit more closer to what I have in mind. I never want to hear somebody say Yuka Replayly is a terrible name again after having to say Marsupilami Hoob Adventure so many times because oof, it's a hard name to spit out.
But in the grand spirit of naming something Banjo-Kazooie, I do respect it.
Oh yeah, no. Again, no
and
disrespect.
Lobo Destroyo.
No disrespect to a terrible name. I love a good terrible name, and I respect it all the more the worse your name sounds, but again, Yuka Replayly just flows off the tongue like butter compared to.
Whenever I tell people what I do, in real life, the first thing they always do is slowly repeat the channel name back to me as if it's something very difficult to say. And typically they'll also go, the Greek critique? I'm like, not that. So I feel a certain kinship with difficult to pronounce names, I suppose.
Yeah, whenever people ask me what I do, I'm like, I have a video game news website. It's all you need to
Every
know,
time I
right?
wear one of my DK Vine t-shirts, I'm always hopeful that somebody's going to ask me what it is.
My mom asked me what it was the other day because I wasn't
Your mom?
thinking.
Oh no!
Yeah,
your mom should know.
I wasn't thinking. Your mother should know, according to Paul McCartney. But alas, I've kept it from my mother the full extent of what I do because I wore a DK Vine shirt up for Mother's Day last month. I wasn't even thinking it was my Lake Orangutan World One tourism shirt, and she saw the back of my shirt and she's like, "What's DK Vine?" And I was like,
Oh,
it's my company. She was like, "Oh, okay."
It's your company.
Yeah, don't look into it, please.
My mom is one of my Patreon backers.
Big Metroid fan, apparently, Mom. She doesn't really talk about it, but all right. So naturally, there's Snake Pass. I'd probably be dragged out back if I didn't talk about Snake Pass. Published and developed by Sumo Digital. Now, this is more in the line of 3D platformers. It's a unique kind of 3D platformer in that you don't jump. You're a snake, and you're beholden to the physics of the snake. But this is, of course, kind of elevated in the pantheon of games Hyle should play, because the score is by one Mr. David Wise.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks great. I love the way Snake Pass looks. It honestly looks a lot like how I wish Yooka-Laylee looked in some places. The original Yooka-Laylee, that is. Tribal Stack Tropics. Got it close. But I look at Snake Pass, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's better in some ways.
In what way? In the it goes for a somewhat more not realistic but less stylized sort of aesthetic.
Yeah,
less gamey, I guess.
Yeah. I guess that's it. It looks more like a real place and not just Cloud Cuckoo Land.
Right. Well, yeah, Snake Pass, I beat Snake Pass back when it came out, which, again, like I said earlier with Star Fox Zero, that was 8 years ago. This was 7 years ago, and I remember that because I played it in that period. You know when you get a brand new game console, and because you have that, new console energy with it, you wind up playing quite a few games that you might not normally put that kind of time into. Snake Pass was one of those for me with the Switch.
Yeah.
I got really, really into that for a while.
I know Snake Pass has been out for a while because David Wise performed music for it at MagFest 2020, right before the pandemic shut down everything. And so I remember he was playing Snake Pass music, and the drunk louts in the crowd started yelling, "Hey, start playing Donkey Kong! We want Donkey Kong!" I was like, God,
that's so shit. Wow.
I was like, you're embarrassing us, please. Like,
yeah.
I run DK Vine and I want to hear this. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, whether you do or not, like, it's somebody performing their craft.
I know, but I'm
I'm
like, get some perspective, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Snake
Pass.
Pass.
It had a great score, and it's an incredibly unique take on, like, not just like a platformer. I don't know if it would even occur to me to call it a platformer. I guess it kind of is. Yeah. But it's the sort of game that I do wish we got more of, that wasn't afraid to, like, take these big swings and do this really risky sort of gameplay mechanic, because it's a game where, like, as the name implies, you play as a snake, and there are platforms and there are obstacles and there are things you have to get around, but there is no jump button. Everything you do has to be tied to the sort of movements that a snake could actually realistically perform, and
yes.
all the gameplay mechanics are built around that.
So, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Josh. Snake Pass, I believe the name is taken from the Snake Pass that is a hill pass in Derbyshire, England. Oh, excuse me. Derbyshire. Derbyshire. Yes.
I don't think I did know that, no.
It's called the Snake Pass, and I think that's what inspired this name. Like, what if we made a game called Snake Pass?
About a thing that might happen in this area.
Yeah. So this is the description for Snake Pass. When the tranquility of Haven Tor is interrupted by a mysterious interloper, only the unlikeliest of heroes can save the day. Meet Noodle the Snake and his hyperactive best friend, Doodle the Hummingbird. Love that. Who together must reunite the missing keystones with the magical gates that give Haven Tor its mythical power. A unique physics-based puzzle platform game, Snake Pass challenges players to think like a snake as they tackle precarious puzzles as only a snake can. Slither through long grass, coil around bamboo, and climb out of trouble in the latest game from award-winning independent studio Sumo Digital. I feel really guilty.
Oh, I forgot it was by Sumo Digital. Jeez.
Oh, I feel really guilty about not playing Snake Pass, Josh. I have to admit, like, I feel like I'm a fraud. I feel like I am unethical. I feel like I'm two-faced. I feel like I should be dragged out back and beaten.
Well, you're in luck, because it turns out that 3 for 3, we've gotten a hat trick. All of these games are on sale on Steam for $3 right now. And I just bought that one too, because I only had it on Switch before, and performance on Switch obviously wasn't great.
Honestly, like, I'm going down this list and I'm like, I wanted the impetus. I wanted the push beyond just lack of finances to get a Steam Deck. And I was like, yeah, but what am I going to do? I'm just going to play Ukulele and Impossible Layer on it. Like, can I play Roller Coaster Tycoon on the Steam Deck? Because I'll play Roller Coaster Tycoon again. But this is actually kind of inspiring me, because I could finally play Snake Pass. I could finally play Kaze. I could play Hoobastank Adventure. What was it?
I've already forgotten. Hoobastank Adventures. We'll go with that.
The Tale of Chumbawamba. But I could play all these, and it would be a unique experience to my Steam Deck. Worth a thought.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can't play on a Steam Deck if you're willing to put the work in, especially.
Wow, that sounds so enticing when I want to unwind with a video. If you're willing to put the work in to play in this game.
Well, It does to me in particular, like, because when me and I got a Steam Deck, and then very shortly after that, my wife got a Steam Deck, and, like, she would come downstairs and, like, just see me, like, in the desktop mode. And by the way, you don't have to do this. This is all, if you just want to play games that are already on Steam, you have, like, it is the experience is very, very simple and very easy. But she would see me down there tinkering with it, because, it is like a portable Linux-based PC at the end of the day, if that's how you want to use it. So she'd see me down there just tweaking stuff and like FTPing into it, and she'd just be like, "Well, you love the work," and I'm like, "Well, you're right, I do." Like,
sounds like a nightmare.
It
sounds like a nightmare to me, Josh.
That's always been part of the appeal of PC gaming to me, is that you get to do the work.
Jailbreaking a system makes me break out in the cold sweats, because I'm like, oh, but that's not what they intended. Oh, but what if the warranty? What if it's like.
Well, that's another nice thing about the Steam Deck, is that it is all very intentional.
I know.
They want you to do this if you want to.
I know, but do I want to? Do I want to put?
Well, it's fine if you don't.
Yeah.
My wife doesn't, and it's like her most played device.
It cracks me up, by the way, because I was ripping the Idaho crew in jest, but Adam and Andrew, they were talking about how they like have multiple Steam Decks. I'm like, motherfuckers, I don't even have one, and you're a multi Steam Deck household, and lo and behold, so is the Geek critique.
Oh yeah, well, I mean. It's like I got mine, and then she saw like how good it was and how much potential there was, and it was like, damn it, I'm gonna get one too.
My wife's just been playing Sea of Thieves a lot, so I'll come down into the bedroom, and she's on the edge of the bed playing Sea of Thieves, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll have to wait to use the Xbox then. That's fine.
Oh, now you could play Sea of Thieves on the Steam Deck.
I could actually. Yeah. Good point. Great point. Yeah, it's like, oh, what am I getting a PlayStation 5 for? I guess Sea of Thieves. What am I getting a Steam Deck for? I guess Sea of Thieves. All right. The final game on our list, and I'm sure there's plenty more. And by the way, if there are more, send in the recommendations. I can't promise I'll get to them, but at least I'll file them away in my mental palace of games I feel bad about not playing. This is newer than some of these. Windswept. A demo of Windswept is out. But I've had the demo pitched to me so much over the last month, few weeks. I don't know. It's currently on Steam. Demo is currently on Steam. Developed by Weatherfell and published by Top Hat Studios. And so this one, graphically, it feels a lot more pared down than some of these other ones. It feels much more like a pre-Donkey Kong Country throwback. However, gameplay-wise, I think it is very much Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, it is.
The description is marbles. Marbles is a duck or a mallard. Checkers.
I believe a mallard.
Checkers is a turtle. Marbles and Checkers were swept away by a storm, and they need your help finding their way home. In this 90s platforming adventure, there's a ton of stuff to do and even more to collect. It's funny how they keep using like 90s platforming as a euphemism for Donkey Kong Country when that could apply to like Sonic or so many games.
Mm-hmm. There are many different kinds of 90s platformers.
Yeah. I guess because
but a platforming adventure, maybe that sort of is meant to clue you in that, like, you're going to explore the levels, you're going to find bonus stages, you're going to collect things.
Maybe. I was thinking maybe it's because Sonic has never really had much in the way of downtime since the 90s, where Donkey Kong Country is very much associated with the 90s because it's, aside from Returns and Tropical Freeze, it's kind of, been dormant. Right. Since the 90s. Not to say Donkey Kong as a series hasn't, because that's, of course, been around, but we've had deviations and diversions from the Donkey Kong Country formula. So anyway, Also, it's got Funky Kong in it, who's the ultimate 90s dude, so... 90s. So yeah, this looks really cool. Like, I had this pitch to me, and I looked at it, and I was like, I don't have time. I've got to gear up for Stinky Ape Summer. I'll look into it later. But it's very clear, looking at the screenshots and footage of this, how much of Donkey Kong Country informs it.
Absolutely. I mean, so this of the games that we were recommended for this episode, this is the one that clicked for me the easiest, and it clicked for me immediately. I played the demo, I want to say in like March of last year.
Oh, okay.
And in one day, I played. This is like 3 or 4 levels. I can't remember which. But in that one day, I played this demo for 2.5 hours. And I haven't played it since, and I haven't wanted to, because I'm so excited about this that, like, I want that distance to be there. Because it's not, the official game isn't scheduled to come out until 2025. So it's still, like, when I played it, it was at least 2 years away. Now it's still probably a year or so away. But yeah, this just clicked for me. It felt right. It hit everything that I would, this scratched the itch for a new Donkey Kong Country game as well as anything ever could. And I think that's because it works for me in particular because it is so it so like efficiently realizes and sort of plays with those distinct mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of going on memory here because, like I said, I haven't played it in like since last year. But so much like Donkey Kong Country, you have 2 characters, and you can swap between them, and you can use their, like, each one more so than any of the DKC games has like their own distinct abilities and ways that the 2 of them can play off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're on the Steam store page, you'll see like the mallard throws the turtle at an add to wish list graphic. And, like, that's an example of what you can do in the game. You can, like, I remember you can, like, use the mallard to jump off the turtle and, like, get more height. And in particular, once you do everything else in the demo, you unlock what is, like, undeniably a level styled after the Bramble levels from Donkey Kong Country 2. Like, it's taking place in a very similar aesthetic. And that's where most of my 2.5 hour playtime went into. Because, you know, you were talking earlier about how Returns and Tropical Freeze are, like, graduating to the next level. I think that this Bramble level in the demo was, like, part of, like, a super hard special world. And, like, just navigating through that and really coming to understand the interplay between the 2 characters and, like, the abilities that they each have in order to navigate through these brambles was just, it's one of those incredibly challenging gaming experiences where when it clicks, it just feels incredible. And that's some of my favorite stuff in gaming.
Yeah. Just, like, some of the details, like, the animals, they're cartoony, but they're very, like, realistic cartoony.
It is pixel art, but it's very animated and lively.
Yeah, and it's like looking at one of the screenshots, they're exploring a shipwreck, and there's like a catfish enemy, and it's a catfish, but it looks like it could be right out of Donkey Kong Country 3, for example. I'm just like, yeah, that would have been an enemy in a rare game for sure.
Right.
And yeah, so like I'm really kind of, I think, if not most excited to try this one, the most intrigued by this one, because even though visually it doesn't like even attempt the same graphical style as Donkey Kong Country, the art direction itself and the style it's going for, the world it's presenting, feels to me very much like Donkey Kong Country. Once you get over the superficial differences, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, like this is, ever since I played that demo, this has been like one of my most anticipated games, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. Like I said, so much so that I haven't wanted to replay the demo because I want that fresh experience going in.
Another reason to get a Steam Deck, Josh. Thank you for selling me. Freezer wants to say, beside God, I want a Steam Deck, give me money, is add new Super Lucky's Tale to your list, Hyle. And Josh, let him know it's on sale.
Oh yeah, let's see what's his on. I actually haven't played that one.
I actually played it. I guess it's the same Super Lucky's game. I played it at E3. I want to say 2017. I
believe it's on Game Pass, or if it's not now, it has been.
Okay, it was like a memorable game, and I tried it at E3 because, of course, when it first was shown off, I think during the Xbox showcase, everybody was like, Conquer?
Right.
Yeah, and so I was like, all right, I've got to try this. And yeah, it felt very Rare-like, it felt very much of that style, or at least of that era. And, I liked what I played of it, but I haven't played it anymore since then.
It also, just looking at it, it also seems to have like sort of a graphical quality that indie games can't typically really reach.
Right. Yeah. I was thinking about adding Super Lucky's Tale to the list, Freezer, but I thought for brevity's sake, maybe I shouldn't. Well, yeah. Because as Freezer points out, almost at 5 hours, Jesus Christ.
Are we really? Oh, no.
Yeah, and I think that's the record, Josh. I think this is... I'm not absolutely certain. I think this might be the longest conversation yet. So
I always knew if anybody could do it, it was going to be us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm proud. I've always lamented, but we haven't hit the 5 hour mark yet. And we might exactly. not. And we I'm not going to artificially inflate this just to hit some metric.
So the thing you have to understand about Russo era WCW, that's what I call late stage WCW. Uh-huh. And I think in trying to follow the style, and I know that's what they brought him in for. I don't lament the man for going in this direction. But as a kid at the time, trying to follow the style of the World Wrestling Federation with the more adult content, not only was it a bad idea in general, because of course WCW stars didn't work that way, but it was really off-putting for me, and I think for a lot of WCW fans, because I could very easily continue on this line of thinking for another 4 minutes if you want me to.
Bro, what you don't realize, bro, is that the ratings, bro. You look at the ratings, the week by week ratings, bro. Uh-huh. The ratings went up the longer we talked. The longer we talked, the longer the conversation goes, the ratings went up. People wanted to hear us go long, bro.
Bro, you can say whatever you want about David Arquette winning the world title, but look at the front page of Newsweek the day after this episode of the conversation comes out. And what do you see?
It was actually USA Today, bro, but that's okay. And what I want to say, bro, is that at the end of the day, don't let your fandom become a toxic, negative thing. If it's not bringing you joy, bro, then change the fucking channel. All right? Don't despair over the lack of new games. Find healthy ways to celebrate your fandom. Use it to inform other aspects of your life and who you are as a person. The same thing that brought you to the series in question. Let it boost you when you don't have that series around to provide you new content. Go out into the world and find ways that the world itself can enchant you.
Absolutely. Like, this has been sort of something that I've been working on over the past couple of years, and even in the past couple of weeks to a certain extent, is just this idea that, like, sometimes the best way to enjoy a series is to unplug from the discourse that surrounds it. Sometimes we talk so much here about like the light side of fandom and like the positive aspects of it. But like there is such a thing, like to bring it back to wrestling for a second, there were many times where I would watch an episode of Raw and have a pretty good time doing it. And then I'd go online and see the reactions to it and notice how miserable people were about it. And it's like, one thing that one of my media professors taught and hammered in over and over again was that media can't tell you what to think, but it can tell you what to think about. And just like, discovering DK Vine in this fandom gave me so much more to appreciate about the Donkey Kong Country games. The flip side of that is that sometimes consuming too much of the discourse can make you care too much or notice things that are negatives that might not otherwise like occur to you or bother you. Mm-hmm. So I think especially in times of drought, because often fandoms in times of drought do get very ornery, or they get very I don't know. They get a bit like the snake eating its own tail after a while, especially if a drought goes on too long. And so, like, yeah, sometimes the best thing you can do is just disengage.
Yeah, like, heading out into the woods and swerve, bro, there's a mother bear.
This has been a File 2 production.
QUERICO. Bye.